Testing 1, 2, 3. Actually, let's make sure the stream's up first before I start doing that. All right. Testing 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Say it again.
1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Test.
Yep.
Test.
Can you hear
Test. How does the audio sound?
How does it sound?
So you guys gonna end up using it?
Yeah. And we welcome you to Lovell High School inside the Les Schwab Plains Tires broadcast booth. I'm Aaron Poling, joined by Rob Leifson in a moment. If you are watching online at mylocalradio.com, you notice something a little bit different about our screen. Unfortunately, we are having technical difficulties. We are trying to piece this thing together. Hopefully, this should suffice and we'll be able to get the game for you live on mylocalradio.com as well as on 98.3 KADQ. We want to thank all of our sponsors for being a part of this. Unfortunately, due to those technical difficulties, we're not going to really have ads. So we'll try to remember to thank our sponsors as the night goes along. We appreciate your patience. I understand that, it's not the same as usual. I'm a little disappointed with how it looks too. But, we're just trying to get this game on the air for you as, we drove 6 hours and we just want to get the game on the air. So that way everyone back home has a chance to watch. As I'm Aaron Poling, joined by Rob Leifson, as it is time for your we'd like to thank all of our sponsors in the pregame show. First of all, it is time for the Summit Pizza pregame show, as we want to thank Little Springs Waters. We'll go ahead right to our scene set right now, brought to you by Little Springs Water. And for that, Rob, what do you got for us?
Well, it is Friday night underneath the lights. Aaron, Rich is 5-1. Lovell comes in at 3-1. The only thing we can say is we're just glad to be here. Rich averages about 27 points per game, gives up 7. Lovell averages 30 points per game, gives up 20. And 210 yards on the ground for Rich, 100 through the air, so a total of 310. Lovell averages 150 from the ground, 220 from the air, which adds up to be 370. We'll talk about the keys of the game later, but I don't think you can find a prettier Friday night atmosphere than some lights, a nice cool temperature, and a fantastic setting for a football game.
Yeah, it's an absolutely beautiful night. The weather, temperature, like you said, is great. I mean, I'm excited for this. I think this is going to be a very good ball game between two really solid teams. Of course, Lovell coming off the state championship appearance last year. They ended up losing to Bighorn, which there's no shame in that. Lovell ended up getting that win back against Bighorn this year. But, man, this could be a really good game. Looks like Lovell's going to want to throw the ball. So that pass defense for the Rebels is going to be tested once again.
We want to give you a quick update on the Rich volleyball team. They are playing in Cokeville. They took the first set 25-18. Cokeville came back to take the second set 25-11, and they are just starting the third set. And I appreciate Kim Wilson keeping me updated on what's going on in Cokeville.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear. It's time. We want to thank, before we get into more stuff, we want to thank our sponsors, T7 Propane, for sponsoring the Standout Student of the Week. Unfortunately, due to those technical difficulties, we will not have any interviews. We want to thank Bear Lake Memorial Hospital for sponsoring our coaches show. Unfortunately, we will not hear from either coaches because of those technical difficulties. But, it's a great day. And, I did do the interview with Coach Larson, so we were able to talk about some things. He was real happy last week with how the defense played. Obviously, you forced 12 turnovers. It's real hard to be upset with how the defense plays. The one thing he was a little critical of the team about was possibly cashing in on those opportunities off the turnover, as he wants to be able to cash in more often when the defense gets a turnover. Of course, we use the joke that, you want the offense to help the defense out, cash in on the defense. But of course, it's all the same players. So now it's just trying to concentrate on cashing in on those opportunities. It is time for your Ellingford Brothers keys to tonight's matchup, as for all your sand, cement, and gravel needs, call Ellingford Brothers in Evanston today. And Rob, what do you have for this?
Well, you mentioned it already, Aaron, the passing game. Lovell averages 220 yards through the air, and the number one target, Owen Walker, he averages 80 yards per game, 24 passing attempts per game for the Bulldogs. Rich averages 100 yards through the air. Jaden Desch averages 65 yards a game and only 11 attempts. So I think the passing game, whoever comes out on top of that one is going to be key. I would love to see the Rebels put some pressure on the quarterback. I think Easton Eborn leads the Rebels with 2 sacks, and we need to get better pressure on the quarterback. Number 3 would be the turnovers. You mentioned it already. The Rebels had only 1 turnover through the first 5 games, but it had 3 fumbles last week. And Lovell has 4 fumbles and 5 interceptions. So that would be a key one as well. And the depth of the Rebels is going to be tested tonight. Jack Bell and Kason Johnson, unfortunately, are on the sidelines due to injuries. So that depth that we've talked about many times this year is going to be put to the test.
As you saw on mylocalradio.com, as I'll fill you in on 98.3 KDQ, the Rebels will receive the ball to start the game, as it'll be the offense on the field first after the kickoff. And, it's just one of those things that it's a great day for football. And, we're trying to get through everything here, as it's going to be a battle. Stay with us. It should be a lot of fun. Two really solid teams going up against each other. Rob, what are you looking forward to most in this matchup?
I want to see how the Rebels deal with the long drive. They caught the bus this morning at 6:45 a.m. and you sit on the bus that long. What does that do to your legs and your momentum? We're not used to playing a 7 o'clock start. We're used to playing a 4 o'clock start. A lot of these players did get a little bit of action in the JV game. How does that turn over into the varsity game when you have a little bit of a break between the two? So I want to see how they handle the drive. That's definitely a disadvantage when you have to travel this far to play a football game.
Yeah, it's definitely a drive. I mean, we made the drive up today, and it's hard on broadcasters, let alone players. Of course, we're joking, but it'll be interesting to see. Last year, 2-1 when they traveled 5+ hours in the regular season, as they won at Water Canyon and at Monticello, dropped one to Thermopolis, and then of course the long drive in the snow, the semifinal playoff game. But it's real curious. What have you, being a teacher at the school, what have you heard from the students about today's game?
Well, we teased them a little bit about what they were going to do on the drive down. I can guarantee you most of them were probably sacked out on the bench, but you put 45 players and a bunch of coaches in one bus. It was a little bit crowded. They try to stuff as much stuff as they can underneath the bus and on the Yukon to try to make space on the benches, but it's a little tight. And that is a little bit of a, how these guys are with their technology. I'm sure there was plenty of movies being watched on cell phones or some video games playing on the way down.
Yeah, you got to find something to do to kill the time. You got 9:13 left to go before kickoff, as the Rebels going over some plays on the left-hand side. If you're watching on mylocalradio.com, the Bulldogs doing the same. And I'm really excited to see how the Rebels do on the road this year. They haven't really had to play on the road too often. The one game that I can think of right now off the bat is Altamont has been basically the only road game. Actually, it has been the only road game. As we'll see how the Rebels do here. You love to get out on the road. And Coach Larson has talked about this with me a couple times during interviews, but you love to be on the road because some kids just feed off of going on the road and winning in someone's house. See if the Rebels can feed off that today, because it is also homecoming for the Lovell Bulldogs.
And they've been great hosts. I was impressed. The Lovell cheerleaders and some of their staff were coming around to the stands here on the visitor side, asking them how they were doing, how the drive was. They have concessions in the stands, so you don't have to run to the building to try to get something. They come straight to you. So good job from Lovell to host us for tonight's game.
Yeah, absolutely. I personally, outside of, if Lovell was about 3.5 hours closer, it would be probably one of the best away venues that we go to. Of course, in my summer job, I cover Wyoming baseball. We do the 307 baseball podcast, and one of the coaches on the Lovell staff is Coach Mike Jameson, and he was real happy to see me. His brother Scotty might be watching as well. If you're out there, Scotty, hi again. As talk to you through the broadcast at the Single A West District baseball tournament. But it's a beautiful day for football. It's just great to be under the lights, Rob. I have goosebumps getting excited to be ready to broadcast a game under the lights. Man, I can't imagine what the players are feeling as they're about to play a game. Friday night lights. Everyone loves that.
Yeah, they had the opportunity in Altamont to do the same. So maybe the two away games under the lights, maybe that'll bode well for the Rebels.
Yeah, and one thing, too, is it's a lot warmer. Even though it's later at night than it was last week, it is warmer up here in Lovell than it was in Rich County last week. We'll see if that has an impact on the game. Hopefully, for the Rebels offense, it makes it a little easier to manufacture some yards. Be able to operate a little bit better with the ball, not being as hard, not being as frozen. As I'm expecting a lot of fireworks in today's game. It's going to be a lot of fun, so please stay tuned. We have about 6:43 left to go before kickoff. Once again, Rebels will receive the kick, as I do believe that the Bulldogs won the toss, then deferred. As Rob, you're watching the Bulldogs operate over here on the right-hand side of our screen. And one player that stands out to me is big number 18, Owen Walker, the sophomore. He is listed as a quarterback, a DB, and a wide receiver. And the kid just stands at a real easy 6'6".
He's got 19 catches, Aaron, so far this season for 321 yards. And Jared Mangus, number 5, 12 catches for 170 yards and 3 touchdowns. And Adnan Khan, number 24, 10 catches for 167 yards and 2 touchdowns. So he's got Davin Crosby, their quarterback, has got several weapons he can use. He averages 220 yards a game, 58% completion rate. So unlike some of the other teams we faced so far this year that pound the ball with the running game, you'll see the ball in the air tonight. And with missing Kason Johnson as one of your starting cornerbacks, it'll be interesting to see how the Rebels shake up the secondary. Do you put Jaden Desch back up as a corner that he played last year? Do you keep him as a safety since he knows how to play center field? And with their quarterbacks throwing 5 interceptions, maybe he gets back on track with a couple of those. It'll be interesting to see how the Rebels adjust that and can't keep the same guys on the field the whole time. Who comes in behind whoever takes that spot? I have a feeling that maybe Daniel Smith, who plays safety on the JV team, he may get that corner spot. We'll see what happens.
It is good to see Jaden Desch back out on the field. If you remember, his last play against Thermopolis last week ended with him dislodging the ball at about the 5-yard line and him absolutely laying a hard tackle on the back. And fortunately, he was okay. He's cleared to play today. As, tough for Desch when he doesn't get an interception. Everyone kind of brushes it off. But he did have a forced fumble and a fumble recovery last week, as he did play very well. I expect more of the same here. It'll be an interesting test for this passing defense. But I think the key is going to be to get pressure on the quarterback. If you allow Crosby to sit in the pocket and scan the field, he's probably going to be able to pick you apart. He's got that kind of talent. But if you're able to rush him, make him have to throw on the run, either get to him, hit him a couple times while he throws, who knows what can happen, as they do have some turnovers.
And I think one of the big other things, Aaron, is Walker's catches are not deep. Those 19 catches, a lot of them are short routes, which they use the passing game to sustain the drive. And so you're not necessarily just seeing him as a threat to go for the long ball, but it's multiple catches in during the game. And that's a lot of attempts in a high school football game, in my opinion.
Yeah, he's a big body target that, can kind of almost box out a defender at 6'6". How are you supposed to be able to get around him without, interfering with him? It'll be interesting to see how the Rebels handle that. But, it's why we play the game. It's going to be a lot of fun. These different things, these different situations that happen, especially in 11-man football, it's about getting better. And this is a huge opportunity for the Rebels to get much, much better.
Lovell ranks number 2 in Wyoming 2A in the passing game, down the line a little bit with the running game. Coach Larson did mention to the players this week that if the Rebels were in the Wyoming stats, they would rank about 4th on defense, and that's been a strength of the Rebels, only giving up an average of 7 points a game. So we'll see what we can do.
Rebels defense has been tremendous, as it looks like we're about ready for the national anthem coming up here in a couple of minutes, as we got 2:43 left on the clock. Rebels are lining up for the anthem, as here come the Bulldogs running out with the flag, of course, the Lovell flag, the American flag, as we are prepared to go. Of note, one player on the Lovell sideline has a white helmet. Not sure if that'll have any impact in the game. Just kind of noticed that, as it was number 9. Wilson Hendershot, the freshman, wearing a white helmet. But we are about ready for the national anthem. We're going to go radio silent and let the anthem play through whenever it does begin.
Good evening and welcome to the J.P. Robertson Memorial Field for a game tonight between the visiting Rich County Rebels and your Lovell Bulldogs. We thank you all for coming out and supporting the teams competing today. The Wyoming High School Student Advisory Council reminds fans to use your voice to represent yourself, your team, your school, and your community in a positive way. Participants, you are the reason everyone is here. Compete with class. We encourage everyone at this event to join the ride. At this time, we would ask that you stand and please remove cover as we honor the United States of America with the national anthem performed by the Lovell Band, directed by Keith Benton.
We want to thank the Lovell Band for that awesome rendition of the national anthem as we are about ready to go. Scoreboard clock hits 0 as they readjust at the 12. Got to reset the score from the JV game as the JV were able to take down the Lovell Bulldogs 24-18. As we want to thank all of our sponsors once again, the Station on Main for sponsoring the scoreboard, Bear Lake Realty for sponsoring the fan cam. We want to thank Hometown Drive-In for sponsoring our halftime show. We will still have a Hometown Drive-In halftime show. There's also Lovell's homecoming, so be prepared for some homecoming festivities as they're going to go some starters for the Lovell Bulldogs, brought to you by Little Springs Water. The Little Springs Water starting lineup, number 3 for the Lovell Bulldogs, senior Blake Wilson. Number 5, Jared Mangus, standing at 5'8". As we await the next player down the line, as it's number 6, he's a 5'9", 140-pound sophomore, Matthew Neiman. Next up for the Lovell Bulldogs, number 11, 5'11", 185-pound junior, Braxton Falcons. Next starter is the quarterback, number 13, a 6'1" junior, 180 pounds. That's Davin Crosby, who the Rebels have to really be on alert for when they're on defense, as he can sit in the pocket and he can really dice up your team. Next up, number 24, a 5'9", 140-pound senior playing receiver and defensive back. That's Adnan Khan, as he played last year, had a pretty good game against the Rebels. Number 68, a 5'8" senior on the offensive and defensive line. That's number 68, senior James Love. That's also on the defensive line, number 71. Standing. So we're going to go back to number 58, a senior standing at 6'3", 200 pounds. That's Weston Crumrine. Now down to number 71, Carson Assay, a senior playing offensive and defensive line, standing at 6'3" and 185 pounds. A sophomore, number 73, 6'3", 250 pounds. That's Brody Moeller. And to round out, a 6'2" sophomore at 225 pounds. That's Khalil Buell. The sophomore plays offensive and defensive line. One last starter for the Bulldogs. Number 25, a 6'2", 165 senior Carter 2. as that is the starting lineup for the Bulldogs. Rebels will receive the ball as the Bulldogs are coached by head coach Nick Crosby, assistant coach Stephen Dirch, Josh Gruel, Michael Jamison, AJ Montanez, and Greg Rail. Managers Brittany Agard, Sadie Espinoza, and Olivia Nuttall. Coaches for the Rebel staff, you have Coach Tyson Larson, assistants Lex Cornea, Cooper Cornea, Dave Holmes, Jordan Perry, Bradley Holmes, managers Dom Anderson, Ethan Clarkson, and Hazen Robinson. Players hit the field as we are about ready to go. Live from Lovell. Thank you for joining us here in the Les Schwab Plains Tires broadcast booth. As the ball's teed up, number 5, that's Jared Magnus, the senior, will kick it away as he sets the ball up on the 40-yard line, gets the whistle, hand in the air. He approaches. Ball is up and in the air, end-over-end kick. That's going to be fielded by Hoffman at the 5-yard line. He's going to try the right side out across the 20, rumbles forward to the 25, to about the 27 is where it'll be 1st and 10 Rebels on their own 27-yard line. And Rob, here comes the offense. What do you want to see from them on this first drive?
Want to see a nice big drive. I think the option is going to be key to see if they can make that pitch. And obviously, no turnovers.
Ball is actually placed at the 26-yard line. Rebels break the huddle. Carter Hoffman under center. Noah Perry, the deep back. Got 3 receivers to the left, 1 at the top of the screen. Hoffman gets the snap. He's going to keep it up the middle, across the 30, out to about the 34-yard line as Hoffman picks up about 8 on the first run of the game. They'll bring up 2nd down and 2 for the Rebels offense. And, I love that keep right away from Carter Hoffman, as I think that's one of his best parts of his game is reading the option. He kept that one, cuts it up the middle, picks up positive yardage. It's a good first play for the Rebels. They break the huddle. Noah Perry, the deep back, Carter Hoffman under center. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Hoffman gets the snap. It's going to be that option to the left side as he slows up, keeps going. He's going to be hauled down at the 30-yard line. There'll be a loss of about 3 on the play. They wanted to run the option, but the Bulldogs had that covered well. That'll bring up 3rd down and about 5.
That's Carter's 100th carry this season, Aaron.
So the Rebels draw up here on 3rd and medium. Laid onto the field for the Rebels. Number 9, that's Zenik Stocking, the junior. Rebels break the huddle. They got 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Hoffman under center. Noah Perry, the deep back. As Hoffman gets the snap, he's going to keep it on the option, trying to get to the outside. That is hauled down at about the 32-yard line. That's going to be short. Bring up 4th and about 3. We'll see what the Rebels decide here.
Tackle by number 13, Davin Crosby. Quarterback on quarterback crime for you, Aaron.
Rebels look like they're sending out the punting unit as Desch will stand on his own 20-yard line. Back deep to return for the Bulldogs, Magnus and Matthew Newman. Desch, they run a fake as it'll depend on the spot. And according to the near side official, it's going to be short. As here come the Rebels defense. They try a little bit of trickery on special teams. Bulldogs able to snuff it out as it'll be 1st and 10 Bulldogs deep in Rebels territory as a defense. They're going to have to stand strong here, Rob.
That was completely unexpected.
But that shows the confidence that the Rebels have in their defensive unit. Trying to keep the ball, trying to keep the ball and run the clock. If you're going to come out on the road, you're going to have to take some chances, and the Rebels take one there. Unfortunately, no avail, as it will be 1st and 10 Bulldogs from the Rebel 32-yard line as they break the huddle. Crosby in the gun. Running back next to him is Braxton Falcons. Sends 3 receivers right, 1 to the left. As he scans the defense one last time. Checks back to the sideline. As he checks his wristband. As we're going to get a flag on the play. I think they took too long.
Delay a game.
As it'll back him up 5 yards. 1st and 15. Ball will be on the Rebel 38-yard line. As defense with a chance here. Bulldogs break the huddle. They send 3 receivers right, 1 to the left. Crosby in the shotgun. Falcons, the back next to him. As Crosby gets the snap, he's going to run right up the gut. He rumbles forward out across the 30 to about the 27-yard line as he'll pick up the penalty yardage back plus more, bringing up 2nd down and 6 with a quarterback lead.
Looked like Jaden Dash and Samuel Leifson on the tackle.
2nd down and about 5. They sub in and out. If you're watching online at mylocalradio.com, you see big number 18 in the huddle as they break the huddle. That is 6'6" sophomore Owen Walker. 2 receivers left, 2 receivers right. Falcons to the left of Crosby in the backfield. In the gun, send a man in motion. That's Magnus. They get the snap, looking to throw. They throw right away. They have Blake Wilson Blake Wilson on the receiver screen. He's going to go forward. It'll depend on the spot. Looks like it's going to be 3rd and about 1 for this Bulldog offense. Got to imagine the Bulldogs will probably go for it here in plus territory if they're unable to get it. As clock continues to wind. Thought they were going to measure. Instead, they bring it to the hash. As it'll be 3rd and maybe a half yard. Crosby under center, I formation. Magnus the deep back, Falcons the fullback. As Crosby scans the defense, 3 receivers bunched up to the right side. As Crosby gets a snap, quarterback sneak up the middle. And it looks like he's going to pick up just enough for the 1st down. It'll be 1st and 10, Bulldogs. Ball on the Rebel 20-yard line. Bulldogs go quickly. Crosby under center. Same formation. Gets the snap. They're going to pitch it around the outside to Magnus. Trying to get to the right edge. Able to cut up field at the 10 as he rumbles forward. Hauled down finally by the Rebels. But not before he picks up a 1st down. It'll be 1st and goal from the Rebel 9-yard line. As a whole host of Rebels take down Magnus on the tackle, including Smith and Dash. I formation again. Crosby under center. Magnus the deep back. As they get the snap, they hand to him on the left side. Shakes off 1 tackle before he runs into the pile. As he picks up about 3 on the play down to the 6-yard line. It'll be 2nd and goal from the Rebel 6. Clock.
Number 2, Noah Perry, had a good shot at him in the backfield.
Clock continues to wind under 7:50 to go here in the 1st quarter. Bulldogs going quickly. I formation. 2 receivers split to the right. Crosby under center. As he gets the snap, he's going to pitch to Magnus around the right side as the Rebels looking to stop him short as Dash comes up and lays the boom at about the 2-yard line. They'll bring up 3rd and goal as Dash comes up from his safety spot to make the play.
Carter Hoffman in on the tackle as well.
Bulldogs under center. 2 receivers to the right. They also have a tight end on that side. As Crosby looking around under center. 1 last check of the sideline. As he gets the snap, quarterback keep up the middle. It'll depend on the spot, but that looks like it is short. And indeed it is. It'll bring up 4th and goal from about the 1.5-yard line. See what the Bulldogs decide to do here. From here, it'd be basically a PAT, but it's also 1 yard to the goal line.
They've attempted 1 field goal this year, Aaron, and that was unsuccessful.
Offense stays on the field. Rebels defense, 4th and goal from the 1.
Got to watch out for the hard count.
As Crosby under center. I formation, gets the snap. As he pitches to Magnus, it's behind him, slows up, and he is stopped short of the goal line. Rebels defense with a huge goal line stand. 1st and 10 Rebels as they get the stop. That pitch was a little behind Magnus that allowed the Rebels defense to rally to the ball, and they get a huge stop after the fake punt attempt. Rebels defense stand tall. 1st and 10 Rebels with 6:24 to go here in the 1st quarter. 0-0 on the Station on Main scoreboard.
You called for it, Aaron. That was the defense standing strong. Turnover on downs.
Rebels got to be careful here, though. Ball is on about the half-yard line. Not out of danger as Hoffman's just going to keep it right up the gut. Rumbles forward, lowers his head all the way out to the 5-yard line. Good job there by Carter to pick up yards, give the Rebels a little more room to operate. 6:10 to go. Ball placed on the Rebel 5-yard line. 2nd and 6. As Fonsbeck's going to run in the play for the Rebels. Rebels are going to have to hurry up. Wouldn't be a 5-yard penalty here, but you don't want to take a delay of game. Rebels under center. Get the snap off, hand to Perry up the middle. Bounces to the right side, rumbles forward, finishes the run at about the 10-yard line. That should be enough for a Rebels first down.
Tackle made by number 24, Adnan Khan, the senior.
It's actually, according to the near side official, it's short. As they have to get the ball to about the 10.5-yard line for a first down. It'll be 3rd down and about a half yard. Hoffman under center. He's got 2 receivers left, 2 receivers right. As he gets the snap, he's going to go right up the middle. It'll depend. The near side official has it for a first down. Indeed, he puts that one finger up. Tells the sticks to move. Rebels 1st and 10. Ball spotted on their own 12-yard line. That's a good job, Rob. Just picking up yardage and getting out of the shadow of your own end zone. That's a thing in a football game that good teams do to help them win.
First down for the Rebels of the night.
Hoffman under center. Noah Perry, the deep back. You got 2 receivers left, 2 receivers right. Send Drake Weston in motion. They're going to pass, looking to throw. Throwing one-on-one to Dash. Jumps up, can't make the catch. It's intercepted by Magnus at the 35-yard line. He's got a convoy in front of him, cuts back. He is finally hauled down inside the Rebels 20 at about the 17-yard line, as it'll be 1st and 10 Bulldogs, as the Rebels take a shot there, in and out of the hands of Dash. Unfortunately, it falls into the hands of the senior Jared Magnus. 1st and 10 Bulldogs.
Ball gets tipped, and he's in the right place at the right time.
Rebels defense needs to stand strong again. 4:33 left to go in the first quarter. Bulldogs will start on the Rebel 11-yard line as they can pick up a first down at the 1 on their way to the goal line. Crosby in the pistol. That's Falcons behind him. He's got 3 receivers left, 1 to the right. As Crosby gets a snap, drops back to pass, looking right. It's going to throw, and that is incomplete. Daniel Smith on the coverage, as that'll bring up 2nd down and 10.
And there's your answer, at least for now, Aaron, that Daniel Smith is the one that's taken Cason Johnson's spot.
Tried an out route to the front pylon, as Smith was able to play that well. When you get down inside the red zone, those throwing lanes, they get a little tighter with the defense not having to guard behind them because of that back boundary in the end zone, as Smith did a good job using that boundary to his advantage. Bulldogs break the huddle. They send 2 to the right, 2 to the left. Crosby in the shotgun. That's Falcons next to him. Gets the snap. Low snap. It's going to QB draw as he jukes to the outside, makes a man miss, tries to rumble up the middle, tries to cut it up before he's taken down by Riker Hoffman, as that'll bring up 3rd down and about 6 on the play. Third and 6, ball placed at the Rebel 6-yard line. Bulldogs have to get it to the 1 for a first down. Rebels defense looking to get a stop again. Bulldogs went for it on 4th down. Keep that in mind, as you got to imagine 4-down territory for this Bulldogs team. Break the huddle. They send 2 receivers left, 2 receivers right. As Crosby in the shotgun. Look for big number 18, Walker, to be a huge target here in the red zone. Gets the snap. They're going to hand to Falcons off the left side. Cuts up the middle. Reaches out for the pylon, and he is in. Touchdown Bulldogs, as they go up 6-0 on the Station on Main scoreboard with 3:39 left to go in the first quarter. As we update the Station on Main scoreboard. Looks like the Bulldogs are going to kick the PAT, as it'll be Mangus to kick the point after. Snaps low, hold good, kick on the way, and it is through. As the Bulldogs go up 7-0 on the Station on Main scoreboard. I'm Aaron Poling. That's Rob Leifson. Thank you for joining us here from Lovell High School, as once again, we apologize for some of the technical difficulties that we're having, but we are trying to get through this as much as we can. With 3:39 left to go in the first quarter, Bulldogs on top, 7-0 on the Station on Main scoreboard, as the Rebels offense with an opportunity to respond here. They tried to go one-on-one to Desch. I do like that play. Unfortunately, it just slipped out of the hands of Desch. But if he makes that play, it's him and Mangus in some open field, and I'll take Jaden Desch in the open field pretty much any day.
We talked about some of the keys of the game. Number one, turnovers. There's the challenge. And the second one is the passing game. But it's been the running game of the Bulldogs that has been the challenge so far, Aaron.
For the Rebels, don't get frustrated. I mean, you're on the road playing a very good team. The worst thing you can do right now is get frustrated and let the game get away from you. You got to keep battling, got to keep grinding. It's a road game, and typically road games, they're very rarely smooth, as you are playing on the road. Mangus to kick, ball in the air as it rolls. It's going to be fielded by Weston on the right side of the field at the 10 as he gets to about the 20, cuts it up the sideline to the 40, cuts back across the big man to the midfield line, lowers his shoulder and finishes the run. Drake Weston with a huge return there, just what the Rebels needed. 1st and 10 Rebels on the Lovell side of the field. With 3:29 left to go, Rebels offense hits the field. It'll be their ball on the Bulldog 48. See if the Rebels can capitalize here as Drake Weston with a huge play. And that's one of those plays that can get your team going on the road. Weston was able to field that ball on the moves. It took a perfect bounce. You know, we talk about in baseball, a nice candy hop for the shortstop. That hopped up to Weston's chest. Was able to field it on the move. Takes it across Bulldog territory.
Looks like we got a penalty flag on the play, Aaron. They're going to take it back inside the 20 with a block in the back.
That's unfortunate for the Rebels. But still, that's one of those things that can excite a sideline. You know, now you have to, unfortunately, on offense, go about, looks like where they place it just inside the 20. It's going to be about, 84 yards worth of field. But that play could still energize the sideline. A kick return's always exciting. It's unfortunate it doesn't stand for the Rebels. 1st and 10 Rebels, ball on their own 17. They send 2 receivers to the right, 2 to the left. Hoffman under center, Noah Perry the deep back. They send Riker Hoffman in motion as Hoffman pitches to Riker. He has some space out in front with the block as he gets out across the 30 to the 40 before he's finally pushed out of bounds. As so Rebels coach takes a tumble over there. That's Coach Jerry Holmes.
Dave Holmes.
Jerry Holmes coaches in North Summit. My mistake. As he appears to be no worse for wear. He's tough. But most importantly, 1st and 10 Rebels, ball on their own 40. As that was a great read by Carter there on the option to pitch it to Riker. As he got a good block out in front from Desch. Rebels go quickly as they hand to Perry up the middle, out across the 42 to about the 43. Gain of about 3 on the play.
Yeah, Desch did a beautiful job of keeping that corner for Riker to make that cut.
Yeah, a little angry there from Desch as he blocked hard on that play. 2nd and 7. Rebels have 2 to the right, 2 to the left. They send Riker Hoffman in motion as they give to Noah Perry up the middle. Breaks a tackle out across the 50. Still going on his feet. Rumbles forward to the 45 to about the Bulldog 43. 1st and 10 Rebels as Perry lowers his shoulder. Completes the run with 2:50 left to go. Rebels offense in Bulldog territory for the first time today. Ball will be spotted at the 42-yard line as Rebels huddle up.
About a 15-yard gain by Noah Perry on that run, Aaron.
As they break the huddle. They're going to send 2 receivers to the right, 2 to the left. Hoffman under center, Perry the deep back. As they send Drake Weston in motion, they're going to give to Riker on the reverse as he lowers his shoulder out across the 40 to about the 36. Picks up 4 on the play, maybe 5. We'll actually give him 5. 2nd and 5 Rebels with 2:05 left to go in the first quarter. Bulldogs on top, 7-0. Rebels offense looking to respond.
Tackle made by number 6, Matthew Newman.
Rebels get to the line quickly as they check the play. Hoffman sends Hoffman in motion as they give to Perry up the middle, cuts it back, and he reaches forward out to get back to the original line of scrimmage at about the 45, 3rd and 5 coming up.
Yeah, tripped up by number 11, Braxton Felkins. Just got a shoestring tackle on him. Got an update from Cokeville. Rebels lose the 3rd set, 24-26, going into the 4th set.
1:25 left to go in the first quarter. Ball on the Bulldog 35-yard line. Rebels have to get to about the 30 for a first down. As it'll be a quarterback sneak up the gut as Hoffman rolls forward to about the 30-yard line. It's going to be really close. So the Rebels nearly drew the Bulldogs offside as the player was getting back onside. They snapped the ball. They're going to give the Rebels the first down. 1st and 10 Rebels, ball placed on the Bulldog 30-yard line. And, that was actually a really smart time to go when the defensive tackle was trying to reset. So as he's going backwards, the line can go forward. And Carter Hoffman, a 5-yard quarterback sneak right there. Rebels break the huddle. They send 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. As it looks like Mangus is going to follow Jaden Desch around. As Hoffman gets the snap. I think that was a blown play there as he was looking to hand it off. Instead, he finds big number 24. That's Adnan Khan with a tackle for loss. It's going to be a loss about a half yard on the play. 2nd down and 11.
I think we're going to get that one to 54. Halen Strom on the tackle. Carter
19.
Carter comes over to talk Coach Larson to pick up the play himself.
14 seconds left to go in the quarter.
So they're going to let the quarter go out.
Here comes Hoffman to the huddle.
Better hurry.
Rebels are going to try to hard count here. Won't have enough time as the clock's going to wind out. And that'll do it for us here in the first quarter. The Bulldogs on top 7-0 over the Rebels. As the Rebels marching downfield, they'll face 2nd and 11 in the second quarter. As we'll adjust the station on main scoreboard. We want to thank you for watching. Thank you for joining us here from Lovell High School. It's been a little bit of there's been a lot of technical difficulties today, but we're trying to power through, and I think we're going to be able to as the Rebels looking to answer after the Bulldogs scored on their second drive of the game. The Rebels looking to score on their third. Rob, that first quarter, very entertaining.
And very quick. That went by in a flash. The Rebels turn it over on downs, trying a fake punt, and then Lovell gets stopped on the 1-yard line with a huge defensive stop by the Rebels and turn it over on downs. Then you get the interception by Mangus, puts up the Bulldogs on the 11-yard line, and Falcons takes it in from the 3-yard line to make it 7-0. Rebels on the march with about a 9-play drive so far.
We want to thank some of our sponsors for sponsoring tonight. Unfortunately, we do not have our commercials due to the technical difficulties. So we want to thank Ready Services. We want to thank Ellingford Brothers. We want to thank Dr. Todd Hoover with Hoover Chiropractic as the Rebels hit the field and they are ready to go. We want to thank Little Springs Water. We want to thank Summit Pizza for sponsoring our pregame show, Bear Lake Memorial Coaches Show, the T7 Propane Standout Student of the Week, which this week is Ava Ellsworth, who we will hear from tomorrow as the Rebels volleyball team will take on Altamont at home. As both teams on the field, looks like we're ready to go. 2nd and 11, ball placed on the Bulldog 31-yard line. Have to get to about the 20 for a first down. Rebels send 3 to the right, 1 to the left. As Hoffman gets the snap, as he keeps it, leans forward, gains about 2 on the play, back to the original line of scrimmage. That'll bring up 3rd down and about 9.
Tackle by number 73, Brody Mueller.
Rebels going quickly. Hoffman in the gun. 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Hoffman gets the snap. They're going to run the option. They give it to Weston on the reverse, actually. Rumbles forward out across the 35 to about the 34. That's going to bring up 4th and about 3 for the Rebels offense. Got to imagine they're going to try to go for it here. From right here, 25, 32. It'll be about a 42-yard field goal. The Rebels trailing by 7. I think they're going to want to try to keep the offense on the field. 11-10 to go here in the second quarter. Bulldogs on top 7-0 on the station on main scoreboard. Hoffman in the gun. Noah Perry the deep back. 1 receiver right, 3 to the left. As Hoffman gets the snap, drops back, looking to throw. Is going to throw over the middle, deflected, intercepted as it was off the hands of Riker Hoffman to his 24 counterpart, Adnan Khan, as that's a second interception on a deflection of the day. It'll be 1st and 10 Bulldogs on their own 25-yard line as the Rebels defense will hit the field. Worst starting field position of the day for the Bulldogs. They'll start on their own 25-yard line. Bulldogs break the huddle. They send 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. A little mini huddle between the line quarterback and the running back. Crosby in the shotgun. That's Falcons next to him. Snap. They fake. Going to throw. Looking right. Fires. That is tipped and deflected and intercepted by Jaden Dash. Nothing but a goalpost in sight. Touchdown, Rebels. But we do have a flag on the play. We'll check the flag, but Jaden Dash with a huge interception right there. As Carter Hoffman's going to talk to the official. The interception will stand because the foul came after the play.
I think it's going to be a spot foul, Aaron, so probably going to put the ball about on the 20, about where we turned it over.
It's a huge play there from Dash as he tipped it. It got batted around. Then he goes up, takes it out of the air as it's him and Magnus on the far side as it looks like those two are going to battle all day, both offensively and defensively. And, Rob, you are right. The ball will be placed on the Bulldog 19-yard line. Rebels offense looking to capitalize here. We talked about earlier in the pregame show, in the interview that I did do with Coach Larson. Coach Larson, he did talk about wanting to be able to capitalize off the defense taking the ball away. Rebels with an opportunity here. They have trips to the right, 1 to the left, as it's Hoffman in the shotgun, Perry, the back next to him. 10:41 left to go in the second quarter. Bulldogs on top, 7-0. Rebels get the ball deep in Bulldog territory as Hoffman rolls to the right, looking to throw, fires, has a man on the sidelines. That's Smith, as they're going to call that a catch as Smith toe taps as he gains about 5 on the play. That'll bring up second down. Actually, they're going to make it 7. Second down and about 3. Good throw.
Nice, yeah, and a nice catch by Daniel to know where the sideline is, get his feet down.
Second down. Rebels in the huddle. Opportunity here to tie this ball game up. Hoffman under center. He's got trips to his left, 1 receiver right. Noah Perry, the deep back. Snap as Hoffman's gonna keep it as Perry was hit right away. Hoffman lunges forward. Looks like he'll get back to the line of scrimmage, maybe a yard or so. I'll bring up second down and 2. Rob, probably 2 plays to get 2 yards.
Exactly. And that one was busted up. As Carter was trying to make the read with Noah, Noah got it hit, and Carter pulled it back out and was the least to get back to the line of scrimmage and get a yard.
Sometimes just getting back to the line of scrimmage and picking up that minimal gain, it puts you in a better situation. Instead of 3rd and 5, it's now 3rd and 2. Hoffman under center. He's got 2 receivers right, 2 receivers left. Noah Perry, the deep back. As they send Riker Hoffman in motion, they're going to give to Hoffman on the lead. Leans forward. It'll depend on the spot, but it looks like he was stopped at the line of scrimmage. That'll bring up 4th and 1 and a decision for the Rebels.
Number 25, Carter, 2 on the tackle.
What do you want to see here from the Rebels? Because it looks like they're going for it. 9:40 left to go in the second quarter. Rebels 4th and 1 on the Bulldogs 10-yard line. As we see what the Rebels decide to do here. Hoffman under center. He's got 2 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. Gets the snap. He's going to keep it around the right side. Leans forward out across the 7-yard line, as that looks like it should be enough for the first down. As we got a player getting up slowly. We're going to get an injury timeout. We're going to keep it right here. But we want to thank all of our sponsors for being a part of today's broadcast. Unfortunately, we were having some difficulties here in Lovell, and we were trying to be able to bring you the game. We're happy that we're able to get the game on air and be able to at least video stream it with maybe not the best audio quality, but I want to thank you for joining us. As man, I'm excited about this game, Rob, and so far it's kind of lived up to my expectations.
It has, and the key of the turnover battle has been the case. You have seen both.
As they're up. Sorry to interrupt, Rob. Rebels break the huddle quickly as the injured player appears to be all right. 2 to the left, 2 to the right. Hoffman under center. Noah Perry, the deep back. They give to Perry around the right side as he's tripped up. Reaches out to about the 6, depends on the spot, as the Rebels pick up 2 on the play. That'll bring up 2nd and goal.
Tackled by a mystery player, number 27, that is not on our roster from Lovell.
Ball spotted on the Lovell 5-yard line. Rebels huddle up. 8:49 left to go here in the second quarter. Bulldogs on top, 7-0. Rebels looking to punch it in as it's 2nd and goal from the 5-yard line. Hoffman under center. He's got Perry, the deep back. 2 receivers left, 2 receivers right. Hoffman gets the snap, gives to Perry up the gut, finds a hole, leans forward, reaches out. Touchdown, Rebels! Noah Perry from 5 yards out makes it a 7-6 ball game as the Rebels toss the tee out to the field. Looks like Jaden Desch will get an opportunity to tie this one up. As Desch, I think he was mad at himself after the interception, comes back, makes the play defensively, gets an interception, sets the Rebels offense up. They cash in with an opportunity, 8:30 left to go here in the ball game to tie it up. Hoffman to hold. Noah Perry to snap. Snap, good, hold, good, kick on the way, and we are tied here in Lovell. As you're watching the 2023 Rich Rebels varsity football team online at mylocalradio.com, as well as listening in on 98.3 KADQ as the Rebels will kick off in about 60 seconds. We are tied 7-7, 8:30 left to go here in the second quarter.
You mentioned it before, Aaron. You can easily get down when you give up the ball on an interception like that and get your defense put in a hole on the 11-yard line after they just made an impressive defensive stop in the previous possession. But Rebels bounce back, tie the ball game up.
Yeah, we talked about Desch being upset with himself, but he went out and made a play. That's what you want your seniors to do. And, of course, Jaden Desch makes quite a few plays, but he went out and made one when the Rebels really needed it on the road, trailing 7-0. They'll kick off for the first time today, as Desch will do the kicking duties as well. Back deep to return for the Bulldogs, number 5, Jared Mangus. Number 16, sophomore Matthew Newman. Actually, instead of Newman, it's going to be Kahn, but it's more likely to be returned by Magnus as he's a deep back. As it's actually going to be Kahn to field at the 10. Goes up the gut looking for a hole. As he's taken down, we get a flag on the play as a flag on special teams. Usually indicates probably against the Bulldogs, but we'll await the official.
Look like Samuel Leifson and Jeremy Garcia on the tackle.
As indeed it is a hold. They'll back the Bulldogs up. I think it's a spot foul. Flag at the 27. As I should back them up to about the 17. As they switch the balls out, they'll mark it off. But once again, we want to thank our sponsors for sponsoring us through thick and thin, as we were having trouble today. That's why the screen, if you're watching online at mylocalradio.com, seems a little different, and that's why the audio, if you're listening on 98.3 KDQ, sounds a little different. But, we appreciate everyone tuning in to watch, as we know how far of a drive this is. We want to make sure we got this game on the air for everyone back home that wants to watch Rebel football. As the Bulldogs come out in the I formation, they did this a lot their first drive. They were successful, but we're going to get a false start, I believe. Indeed, It is. As 1st and 15, Bulldogs will be backed up to their 13.
Third penalty on the Bulldogs so far tonight.
And right there, that penalty is probably attributed to Carter Hoffman, as looked like he was going to blitz on the play. He blitzed right at the tight end. The tight end jumps, and that's how the Rebels earn 5 yards back on defense. As it'll be 1st and 10 Bulldogs. Their worst starting field position of the game. They break the huddle. I formation. Looks like 2 tight ends, one on each side. A receiver to each side as well. As they're going to pitch it to Mangus. He goes around the left side. He's forced back up the middle. That's a great job defensively by Leifson to set the edge and force him back. But they will pick up 8 on the play. They'll pick up 3 on the play, looking at the wrong stick. 2nd down and about 12. Bulldogs huddle up.
2nd down and 13 for Bulldogs.
Rebels defense getting some final instructions from the sideline. Bulldogs break the huddle. They send 2 receivers to the left, 2 receivers to the right. In the shotgun, next to Crosby, is Felkins. Crosby gets the snap, looking to pass, drop back, looks right, looking left, is able to escape the pocket. And actually, he's not able to escape the pocket. He's hauled down, but got the throw off in time as the Rebels defense makes a play.
Number 60, Talon Pace, putting the pressure on the quarterback that we wanted to see.
As they're going to rule out an incomplete pass as he got the pass away. The intended target was Jared Mangus. There's no intentional grounding there. As that'll bring up 3rd and 13, 7:38 left to go here in the first half. Rebels defense with a chance here to get off the field. Bulldogs break the huddle. Crosby in the gun. He's got 2 receivers left, 2 receivers right. Crosby gets the snap. Dropping the pass. He's being chased out of the pocket as a couple of Rebels chasing him. He's going to throw it away. Incomplete. As we got a flag on the play. As we'll see what the flag is.
I think it's going to be a hold. They'll probably decline that. But Jared Johnson putting some pressure along with Carson Muirbrook on the quarterback.
Shouldn't be intentional grounding, but we're awaiting the call as Crosby was outside of the what they call the tackle box, which is an invisible box they draw between the tackles. He threw the ball back past the line of scrimmage out of bounds, therefore no intentional grounding. If it doesn't get to the line of scrimmage, then it would be grounding. Whatever the flag was, I think the Rebels declined it.
I think it was a hold from what I saw from Coach Larson.
Late player coming on for the Bulldogs as you want to protect the flank on the punt. Hopkins back deep to punt. Gets the snap. Boots it away. That's end over end. Will bounce at the Bulldog 40. Take a Bulldog roll as it checks up at about the Bulldog 47-yard line where the Rebels will take over. 1st and 10. 7:23 left to go here in the second quarter. Rebels offense will start on the Bulldog side of the field.
Nice 3 and out by the Rebel defense. They've been put to the test early.
1st and 10 Rebels. 7:23 left to go at half. In the half, excuse me. 7-7 on the station on main scoreboard as we are in quarter number 2. Rebels break the huddle. Hoffman under center. Noah Perry, the deep back. Got 2 receivers right, 2 receivers left. Hoffman sends Riker Hoffman in motion. Gets the snap as they give to Perry up the middle. He continues to push and battle as he gets back to the original line of scrimmage before he's pushed backwards. They'll give him about a half yard on the play, so they'll bring up 2nd down and 9 as the clock winds down under 7:10 to play. Rebels have the ball on the Bulldog side of the field.
You can give about 5 players on the Bulldog sideline or on the side of the ball on that one, but we'll give 77 Khalil Gruel on the tackle on that one.
Rebels in the gun. Perry next to Hoffman. He's on Hoffman's left. You got 3 receivers left, 1 receiver to the right. Hoffman gets the snap. They're going to run the option as Hoffman cuts it back upfield. Can't get back to the line of scrimmage as they'll lose about a half yard on the play. That'll bring up 3rd and 10. See what the Rebels draw up here. 3rd and long as the clock winds down under 6:28 left to go.
Number 24, Adnan Khan, who we've mentioned several times already, number 24 on the tackle. One of the seniors on homecoming night here in Lovell, Wyoming.
Rebels break the huddle. 3 receivers right. Hoffman in the gun. He's got Perry to his left. Hoffman gets a snap, looking to throw. Steps up in the pocket. He's going to run. Has some space out across the 40. Makes a man miss to the 35. And he's got enough for the Rebel 1st down. That's Carter Hoffman just making a play right there. 1st and 10 Rebels off the legs of Hoffman.
Good coverage downfield by the Bulldogs, but Carter using his legs.
One thing I also noticed too, Rob, there's a linebacker also shading to the side of Jaden Dashes. We're going to get a timeout called by the Bulldogs, as I don't think the Rebels realize yet. Now they do. As with 5:55 left to go here in the second quarter, you're watching the 2023 Rich Rebels varsity football team online at mylocalradio.com. We are tied 7-7. It'll be 1st and 10 Rebels on the Bulldog 30-yard line, marching to try to take the lead. As Rob, this has been an impressive bounce back after a couple of early drives for the Rebels offense that kind of didn't go their way. A couple of interceptions off of deflected passes. Honestly, I don't think there's much that Carter can do, but keep having confidence in your receivers and keep firing there.
It is a little nippy out there, Aaron. That may have something to do with that those tip balls, but Carter does have a little bit of zip on that pass, so that could have something to do with it as well. Still waiting to get an update if anybody's listening from Cokeville. The last I heard is we were in the 4th set, but I haven't heard a result.
Stay tuned. In about 5 minutes, 55 seconds of game time, we will have the Hometown Drive-In halftime show, as I'm sure it's going to be a long halftime, as you mentioned, Rob, homecoming here in Lovell. one of the great traditions of high school sports is the homecoming football game and the halftime show honoring all of the court as the Rebels break the huddle, I formation, as they give to, actually, Carter Hoffman keeps it, pitches to Weston out across the 30 as he's hauled down at about the 35-yard line as they'll gain 5 on the play. A little crafty play out of the timeout there. A lot of moving parts. Turns into an option between Carter Hoffman and Drake Weston. Rebels pick up 5. This is a good job by the Bulldogs defense to kind of account for everyone.
Looks like we lost the fourth set, Aaron, so lost 3-1 in Cokeville tonight. Rebels will see if they can bounce back tomorrow against the Altamont Longhorns.
We'll have that on mylocalradio.com. Clock winds under 5:19 to go. Rebels break the huddle, I formation. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Tight end on the right side of the line. They give the Riker Hoffman the deep back as he lunges forward, hit at the line of scrimmage. Minimal gain on the play, bringing up 3rd down and about 4 for the Rebels offense.
Number 77, a sophomore, Kalel Druell on the tackle again.
Yeah, we've mentioned his name quite a bit. This defensive line for the Bulldogs, they've got some size and they're pretty stout. As that clock continues to wind, 4:45 left to go, 7-7 on the Station on Main scoreboard. Here in the second quarter, Rebels have the ball, 3rd and 4 on the Bulldogs' 24-yard line. They huddle up, break the huddle, as they send 2 receivers left, 1 to the right, I formation again. Hoffman under center. As he gets the snap, he's going to fake the give to Riker Hoffman, keeps it himself, and he is going to be tackled for a loss. That'll bring up 4th down and about 4 on the play.
Number 73, Brody Mueller on the tackle. I don't think that one, either one, if he would have gave the handoff to Noah, didn't seem like there was any space up front and no room to run on the outside.
Clock continues to wind under 3:57 to go. Rebels going for it here. So they line up in the I formation. Hoffman under center. Looks like he tried a hard count there. Got a twitch. As the ball is snapped, it's fumbled, and the Rebels are going to turn it over. I don't think Carter was expecting the snap. Ball on the ground. Rebels turn it over. 1st and 10, Bulldogs from their own 24-yard line.
We talked about it too many times, Aaron. It's starting to be a little bit uncomfortable to talk about turnovers.
I think technically that's going to go down as a turnover on downs as Carter was able to fall on it. 7-7 on the Station on Main scoreboard. 3:44 left to go before halftime. Here come the Bulldogs offense. Rebels defense looking to make another stand. As the Bulldogs will get the ball to start the half. That's why it's big for the Rebels defense here to get a stop. Bulldogs break the huddle. 1st and 10 on their own 23. I formation. As Crosby's under center, gets the snap. He's going to hand to Mangus, the deep back's got some space as he's pulled down after a gain of about 5 on the play.
Looked like Raiden Lutz, number 12, in the bottom of that pile. Drake Weston and Samuel Leifson helping out.
Clock continues to wind. 4-minute offense here for the Bulldogs. The key here for the Bulldogs, trying to score before halftime, but not leave time on the clock for the Rebels. They break the huddle. Crosby in the I, under center. Receiver to the left, receiver to the right. There's a tight end on the right side of the line of scrimmage. As Crosby gets the snap, he's going to hand to Mangus around the right side as he's hauled down there by Riker Hoffman after a gain of about 1 on the play. 3rd down coming up. Rebels defense with another opportunity to get off the field. Clock winds under 2:45. We're tied 7-7 on the Station on Main scoreboard. As the Bulldogs, they're going to huddle up and talk about it. They break the huddle. Crosby's in the gun. The back next to him is Falcons. Got 2 receivers left, 2 receivers right. Crosby gets a snap, looking to throw. He's going to fire. Has a man with plenty of space. It's Falcons on the screen out across the 35 to about the 40. That's plenty enough for the 1st down as that clock winds to 2:16 as it'll stop as they move the chains.
Catch made by Falcons. That was a good call, and Jaden Desch had to come from the center of the field to be able to stop that one.
Clock starts. There's 2:08 left to go. Looks like the Bulldogs are going to go no huddle here after picking up that first down. 3 receivers right, 1 to the left. Crosby in the gun. Drops back, looking to pass as he's going to fire. That's nearly intercepted by Carter Hoffman. They tried to throw that screen pass again.
You can always see that when you have about 5 linemen get through the line that quick, you know something's up.
It'll bring up 2nd and 10. Ball on the Bulldog 39-yard line. 3 receivers right, 1 to the left. Crosby in the gun. He's got Falcons to his left. Gets the snap. He's going to roll to his right. Looking to throw. Fires. Has a man. That's Magnus out in the flats as he's pushed out of bounds at the 50-yard line. 1st and 10, Bulldogs. As there's 1:47 left to go. Now, if you're the Rebels, your defense, you got 50 yards and 1:47 left to go. The Bulldogs, they have attempted 1 field goal all year. Have to imagine that they're trying to score a touchdown. But if you're the Rebels defense here, bend, don't break. Bulldogs still have 2 timeouts left. Crosby in the gun. He's got 2 receivers left, 2 receivers right. Crosby gets the last-second instructions from the sideline, gets a snap, drops back to pass, looking left, now rolls right, has some space. He's going to run out across the 50 before he's hauled down at the Rebel 45-yard line, but he steps out of bounds. That'll stop the clock. 2nd down and 5 coming up for the Bulldogs.
Carter Hoffman pushing him out of bounds, or at least keeping him out of bounds. We talked about putting some pressure on the quarterback. One of the disadvantages is you flush him out of the pocket, and he's made some nice runs.
Yeah, it's important for the edge rusher to try to keep container on Crosby, but he is a very quick runner. Pistol formation, 3 receivers left, 1 to the right. Falcons, the deep back. As Crosby gets the snap, looking to throw, drops back to pass. He's going to fire as that is incomplete as he overthrows Magnus at the 35-yard line. That'll bring up 3rd down and 5 for the Bulldogs.
Number 24, Riker Hoffman, putting a little pressure on the quarterback on that one.
Ball placed on the Rebel side of the field. Got to imagine, Rob. 2 downs for the Bulldogs to get 5 yards. As they'll huddle up with 1:35 left to go. Rebels defense, another opportunity to get off the field here. Last 3rd down, they went to a screen. Bulldogs break the huddle. Have to get to the Rebel 39-yard line for a 1st down. 3 receivers left. Crosby in the pistol. Gets the snap. It's low. Good job fielding it. Fires. Has a man open at the 40. As that is the big number 18, Owen Walker. He makes the catch with 1:29 left to go. Clock will stop as the sticks will reset. 1st and 10 Bulldogs.
Quick tackle by number 16, Daniel Smith on that one, but had too big of a cushion for the 5 yards.
2 receivers left, 2 receivers right in the pistol as the clock starts with 1:20 left to go. Crosby gets the snap, looking to throw, drops back, fires to the right, has a man open in the flats. That's number 24, Kahn, as he's got room to run out across the 30 to the 20, pushed out of bounds before he gets to the... Actually, they're going to say he stepped out at the 15 as the Rebels defense are now backed up again. 1st and 10 from the Rebel 13 with 1:10 left to go.
That's going to be enough for another Lovell Bulldog 1st down.
Bulldogs going no huddle. Trips to the right. They got Crosby in the gun. Falcons the back next to him. As Crosby gets the snap, he's going to hand to Falcons. Actually keeps it himself up the middle. Hauled down at about the 10. Gain of 3 on the play. As the clock winds down to a minute left. Plenty of time for the Bulldogs. They have 2 timeouts.
Tackle made by number 8, Carter Hoffman, and number 12, Raiden Lutz. That looked like a broken play, but turned into a positive.
Shotgun formation, 2 receivers left, 2 receivers right. Crosby in the gun. Gets the snap, looking to throw. Looks right, fires, has a man that is incomplete. As a late flag comes in. As Dash comes in, lays the hit. The ball was off the hands of the receiver, Walker. As the officials talk about it, that's a penalty against Dash. That's a really tough one. They're going to talk about it. Indeed, is a personal foul against Dash. That'll be 1st and 10 for the Bulldog, or excuse me, 1st and goal from the Bulldogs. The Rebel 5-yard line.
This drive started on at 3:44 to go in the half, Aaron, and it is about a 12-yard or 12-play drive so far by the Bulldogs.
They have it as 2nd and 1 on the sticks. Crosby in the gun, 2 receivers left, 2 receivers right. As we're going to get a whistle.
Timeout by the Rebels with 41 seconds to go in the half.
Timeout on the field.
It'll be 2nd and 1 from the Rebel 5-yard line, 41.8 left to go. 7-7 on the Station on Main scoreboard in quarter 2. That last play for Desch, though, Rob, that's a real tough play. There's nothing he can do. Unless if they say that the hit was late, which would have to be my guess because it was shoulder to chest.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I didn't ever see an indication of what the call was on the field.
Yeah, they were standing behind the offensive line for the Bulldogs, and of course, being the away side, they report to the other side. So it looked like it was just a personal foul. But if you're Jaden Desch, you got to keep making that play.
Absolutely.
7-7 on the Station on Main scoreboard. 41.8 left to go in the ball game. Or excuse me, in the half. 2nd and 1 Bulldogs. Ball on the Rebel 5-yard line.
You mentioned it before, Aaron. They will get the kickoff to start the second half. So critical for the Rebels to be able to have another defensive stop.
Plenty of time left for the Bulldogs. They have 2 timeouts as they face 2nd and 1. They huddle out on the field. Break the huddle. 2 receivers to the left, 2 receivers to the right. Crosby in the gun. Falcons to his left. It's Crosby scans the defense. Gets the snap. Quarterback lead up the middle. Looks like it's good enough for a first down, but they keep him out of the end zone. Ball will be placed at about the 1-yard line. Sticks will reset.
Raiden Lutz, number 12, saving that touchdown. Looks like it's on the 2.
Clock continues to wind. Under 30 seconds left to go. Bulldogs huddle up. Of course, they still have 2 timeouts in their pocket.
I'm surprised they're not using a timeout as the clock winds down with under 20 seconds. Now they finally take a timeout, but they let 15, 20 seconds run off the clock.
Typical football play, about 5 seconds. If they get an incompletion, obviously the clock stops, but they have that one last timeout as I think they feel they can run 3 or 4 plays in the amount of time. But, if it's a run play and you don't get to the end zone, you obviously are going to have to burn the timeout. But
we mentioned it before. They've only attempted 1 field goal. I can't imagine that that's what they're thinking is to send out a field goal kicker on this one, but I'm surprised they let so much time run off.
It would be about an extra point, which Magnus, the kicker, is 1 for 1 on extra points. As we'll see what the Bulldogs draw up in their timeout. As they, for the most part in today's game, in the red zone, they've gone a lot of I formation to Jared Magnus, the senior.
Come on, Rich, stop him!
Bulldogs huddle up. The timeout is over.
Looks like the Rebels won the 4th set, Aaron, and lost the 5th set in Cokeville tonight. So 3-2, the final.
Trips to the right, 1 to the left. Crosby in the gun. Falcons next to him. As Crosby, we're going to get a whistle.
You're going to have to take time out again because they were going to get a delay of game penalty. Oh, maybe from the
Says
Rebels.
the Rebel side. Just want to see what the Bulldogs come out in. Give them an opportunity to try to scheme for it.
It's pretty tough when you put that many receivers out wide to not leave the middle of the field open for quarterback to get 2 yards.
16.8 left to go in the second quarter. Bulldogs knocking on the doorstep. 1st and goal from the 3-yard line. It feels like it's been 1st and goal for the last 30 minutes. As we await the play. 16.8 left to go in the second quarter. 7-7 on the Station on Main scoreboard. Rebels looking for another goal line stand. They have one today. Rebels talking it over on the sideline as they call timeout. They have 2 left.
Davin Crosby, quarterback, has 6 touchdown passes already. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a little out route to big number 18.
Yeah, I tried to find him earlier in the drive. That's who the intended target was on the Desch penalty. Rebels back on the field. Bulldogs huddle up. Big spot here for the defense. Trips to the right, 1 to the left. Crosby in the gun, got Falcons next to him. Crosby gets the snap. He's going to roll right, looking right. Stops, looks to throw. Fakes the throw. He's going to be sacked in the backfield. The clock continues to wind with 8 seconds left. Bulldogs are going to use that final timeout. Now, if you're the Bulldogs, though, you have to go to the end zone or it's end of half. That'll bring up 2nd and goal. Great job by the Rebels defense right there. As that timeout works wonders as 8.6 seconds left to go in the second quarter, tied 7-7. Rebels defense looking for a goal line stand here as there's 8 seconds left to go. Remember, if the ball stays in the field of play, as in it's not an incomplete pass, or the Bulldogs are unable to find the end zone, the clock will continue to wind as long as they don't go out of bounds. So if the Rebels can get one last stop here, you got to imagine if it stays in play, the clock continues to wind, this will be the last play of the half.
Which is surprising that they didn't take that timeout earlier and let so much time run off the clock.
Yeah, sometimes as a coach, you don't want to leave the other team time on the clock. But, you know, if you do leave them 16 seconds when you score, it's not the end of the world, as it's going to be real tough to march down the field in 16 seconds.
I've lost track, Aaron, but I believe this is the 16th play of this drive. It has taken all the last 3 minutes and 44 seconds that were on the clock when they took over on downs.
This has been a good 4-minute drive for the Bulldogs. In terms of running the clock off. So they break the huddle, shotgun, trips to the right. Crosby under center. Gets the snap, looking to throw. Fires end zone, has Walker incomplete as only 4 seconds come off the clock. So we'll get 3rd and 5 as they try to go to their big wide receiver on the left-hand side. Pass ball is incomplete as it'll bring up 3rd and goal. But more importantly, 4.1 seconds left to go here in the half.
And they're bringing out the kicking tee. Going to go for a field goal. Only the 2nd attempt this year by the Bulldogs.
Yeah, this is only about, I'd say, a half yard more for a PAT. PAT is usually on the 2. It's actually 3 yards extra as Magnus will kick. And we're going to get a timeout called by the Rebels.
Ice the kicker.
As you talked about that first quarter going quickly, Rob, the
second
quarter isn't.
It is taking a while, but I won't pat myself on the back too hard. But I thought that they would try to go to big number 18, Owen Walker, on that pass, and sure enough, they did. Unfortunately, the pass was just a little bit out of his reach.
And, you know, this is a little Monday morning quarterback-ish, but for Walker, he's 6'6". I don't know if just kind of have him go box out on maybe an out route. There's not a lot that a defender can do if he does that, is able to make the play.
Yeah, if he cuts that inside, you get him a bullet, that's probably a touchdown. But that pass was definitely lofted over the top.
7-7 on the Station on Main scoreboard. We'll see if the Bulldogs change their strategy. As if trying to see if they have the kicking tee in hand.
Yeah, Mangus is eyeing it up. They got the kicking tee out.
4.1 left to go. 7-7 on the Station on Main scoreboard. Possibly the last play before half. Snap. Good. Hold. Good. Kick on the way. And it is good. As the Bulldogs will take a 10-7 lead into halftime. As I'm Aaron Pulling, that's Rob Leifson. Thank you for joining us on mylocalradio.com, as well as listening in on 98.3 KDQ. As that'll do it for your first half. Bulldogs go on top 10-7 in what was a really well-played half, Rob. As we'll give Rob a couple of minutes. We don't have commercials, of course, so we're going to have a couple of different segments. This is usually where you hear your T7 Propane Standout Student of the Week interview. That'd be Ava Ellsworth this week. But we'll have her interview tomorrow at the volleyball game. Unfortunately, due to technical difficulties, we're unable to do a lot of the things we typically do in a broadcast. as it's going to be a halftime show here for the Lovell Bulldogs as their homecoming, as they'll honor the homecoming crowd.
All right, it is homecoming.
I don't know how much more even you can get a first half, Aaron. 5 possessions for the Rebels and 5 possessions for the Bulldogs. And I think the Rebel defense, 3 possessions for the Bulldogs inside the red zone, and they only come away with 10 points, I think is a win for the defense.
Yeah, I agree as well. I mean, it could have, I mean, like you said, 2 drives really deep in their own territory. They only allow 7 on those 2 drives. And then, of course, a couple of turnovers by the Rebels that they're able to bounce back from and able to put 7 on the board, only trailing by 3 after a pretty good 4-minute drive by the Bulldogs. They go up 10-7 on the station on main scoreboard. Looks like we're going to have about a 20-minute halftime show, as we'll be here through the entire halftime show. We'll have some Town of Woodruff first half highlights for you on the Hometown Drive-In halftime show. As the Rebels.
I'm giving the eye to Cullen Pace, who is my halftime stack. Cullen says he's not very accurate, but we'll take anything we can get from Cullen.
Yeah, today's the day that I don't want to say accuracy doesn't matter, but I mean with everything that's gone on today, the 6.5 hour drive, we'll take anything we can get. But I mean, Rob, I thought the Rebels came out ready to play after that 6-hour drive. They looked focused, looked ready. This is a very good Lovell team.
It is.
As we have the halftime festivities, they are honoring the homecoming court. As
Interesting that they have not only the seniors but also the juniors as part of the royalty.
See, the way that Rich does it, I've personally never seen that before. I've seen where they nominate 4 from the senior class, and then they have a junior, sophomore, and freshman as part of that particular crowd.
And is a member of the National Honor Society. He enjoys video games.
I want to thank everyone for joining us here in Lovell as we're in the Les Schwab Plains Tires broadcast booth. Unfortunately, we don't have a ton of our stuff that we would play for halftime, but we're going to keep it right here as it's going to be myself and Rob for the next 17 minutes while they address the homecoming court on the far side. But Rob, what memories of what memories of homecoming do you have?
Too many. Probably to fill up 17 minutes is not enough. But there is an extra energy. We talked about it when the Rebels had their homecoming. Sometimes that energy seems to wane a little bit by the time the football game shows up on Friday because you've had so many other activities during the week. Sometimes it actually becomes a distraction to the football game. But I was impressed that the Rebels handled it very well, and it seemed to give them the extra energy for that homecoming game against Kemmer.
Yeah, and you got to remember last year the Rebels played Lovell in their homecoming game. So I mean, Lovell was able to spoil Rich's homecoming. So you got to imagine the Rebels want to do the same here. I mean, it probably means more to them to win the football game than it does to spoil homecoming. But 10-7 after kind of the start they had in the first quarter, I think the Rebels on the road down by 3 at half. Your defense gets a big stand there. Fortunately for the Rebels, the penalty at the end of the half doesn't end up hurting them much as the Bulldogs are probably in Magnus field goal range before that penalty anyways, as we got 16:30 left to go before half. And Rob, these drives, as a passenger in a car, these drives are terrible, but what do you think this does to the legs of the Rebels having to drive 6.5 hours for what would be considered a conference matchup?
I think teenagers probably handle it better than we do, Aaron. I had a great chauffeur to get me here with great tunes on the way, so it was pretty easy for me. I was comfy, but I think probably maybe the bus isn't the most comfortable ride you could get, but teenagers seem to handle those kind of drives a little bit easier than we do.
And, it's kind of a bonding moment. You spend so much time with each other, and now you're really in close quarters. And I think some of the best memories of high school sports can be, made on the bus rides, especially if you have a long bus ride home after a win. That could be a lot of memories made for this Rebels team, but we have another half to play before we get there as the Bulldogs lead 10-7 on the station on main scoreboard.
I will say that my sons that have played before have said that those bus rides are a lot of the best memories they have of football. I seem to be able to remember more of the details of the games than they can, but those are some of the best friendships they build. You've heard about that during the the homecoming activities. Is Bradley Holmes was the main speaker, sharing some of those memories with his time as a player and now as a coach.
Yeah, absolutely. It does kind of seem some of the memories coming to mind for me for high school sports are definitely on the bus. Not an awful lot of road games this year for the Rebels, as they've had a pretty road heavy schedule last year. I'm sure they'll take it, but I mean, this is the trip for the Rebels this year, as here comes the dance team for Lovell, and they are wearing short sleeve shirts. They do not look warm, especially on the particular left hand side if you're watching on mylocalradio.com. Not a couple dancers look like they're shivering, as it's a bit of a chilly night, but it's a beautiful night for football, as you kind of expect this in the fall. Those first couple of games, they're real warm in the summer, but once September hits, you kind of start to expect the temperatures to drop. And as we head to October, you know, it's just going to get colder and colder for the last few games of the season for the Rebels. Rob, if you can believe this is week 7 for the Rebels already.
It is. You're going to get the last home game on Friday with the Cokeville Panthers, and then you go on the road to Lyman, to
Pinedale as well.
Pinedale. Seems like we're missing one. Maybe not. Before you hit the playoffs.
And the playoffs. Rebels looking good for the playoffs, too. Their 8-man RPI has them at number 1, which would give them a bye in the first round. What do you think is more valuable, Rob, when we get to the playoffs for the Rebels? Do you think having that extra game where you can get back and play 8-man, do you think that's more valuable, or if you get that bye and you get an extra week of practice?
Probably depends on the year. With some of the injuries that the Rebels are dealing with right now, that extra week may be helpful to let some of the players heal up. We talked before, Kason Johnson and Jack Bell not in action tonight. That may give them some extra time to get ready for that. And I think the coaches can create some situations in practice to put them back into the 8-man mode to accomplish what they need to.
Yeah, you make a great point about a couple of injuries for the Rebels. You're missing a couple of your senior leaders. And the Rebels defense, that's especially where I think it's going to hurt them on the defensive side of the ball. Rebels defense holding Lovell to 10. They averaged 30, which if they can hold them to 20, that's a pretty good job done by this defense, as it's a high-flying Lovell Bulldog offense. You saw in that 4-minute drill at the end of the half, they can really move the ball on you, as the Rebels have looked pretty good. And back to the season-long, macro picture, Rob. What about this season so far has really stood out to you?
I think probably the depth of the Rebels, especially after the 8-man, it was returned to 11-man. This is one of the more deep Rebel teams we've had in quite a while. Lovell actually has over 100 players on their roster between their JV and their varsity team. Having 45 for the Rebels is quite impressive, and I think that is bode well, not only for the games itself, but when you're going in practice against a stiff competition, that makes you better as a team.
Yeah, that's one thing that doesn't get talked about a lot, is how tough practice is trying to, run things. When you're running against a very solid defense every single day, it makes you that much better as an offense. To me, what's really stood out about this Rebels team is the defense. Averaging 7 points per game up to today, and, playing some very, very good games. You look at that first half against Mountain View. Mountain View, I think, is probably the favorite in the 2A West to probably get the number 1 seed. It'll come down between probably them and Cokeville, as Lovell and Mountain View actually play next week. That's going to be a big one in the 2A West, as there's a lot of fun to be had, as we'll go ahead and try to find some halftime scores for you from games from around the area. As I'm Aaron Poling, that's Rob Leifson. Unfortunately, we're having technical difficulties up here in Lovell, so we're trying to do our best with the Hometown Drive-In halftime show. We want to thank all of our sponsors, for just sponsoring everything, as we get a halftime score between the Evanston Red Devils and the Jackson Bronx. 47-7, Red Devils on top, as the Red Devils look to pick up their first region victory of the year.
I'll give you a little bit of a recap of the first half, Aaron. Still waiting for technical difficulties for the stats, but Rich got the opening kick, turned it over on downs with a fake on the punt, which put Lovell in really good field position on the 32-yard line, and they turn it over on downs. Rich gives it up on a interception on a tip ball. Mangus puts the Bulldogs in business on the 11-yard line, and Braxton Falcons with a 3-yard run to put the Bulldogs up 7-0 with 3:39 to go in the first quarter. Rich, another interception by Adnan Khan, but Jaden Desch returned the favor himself, set the Rebels up on the 25-yard line. Touchdown by Noah Perry with 8:30 to go in the second quarter, ties the game up at 7-7. Lovell has a 3-and-out and punts, and the Rebels turn it over on downs, and then Lovell eats the rest of the clock up for the field goal. Lovell with 9 first downs in the first half, Rich with 5. Lovell with 61 yards rushing, the Rebels with 59, and we were worried about that powerful passing game from the Bulldogs. Only 6 completions for 55 yards for the Bulldogs. Penalties even at 3. Third down conversions, Rich was 3 of 6. Lovell was 4 of 8. And neither team successful on the fourth down conversions. Rushing for the Rebels, Carter Hoffman, 14 carries for 33 yards. Noah Perry, 6 carries for 28 yards. Drake Weston, 2 carries for 10 yards. And Riker Hoffman, 2 carries, unfortunately, for negative yards. For the Bulldogs, Davin Crosby, number 13, 8 carries for 30 yards. And Mangus, number 5, that would be Jared Mangus, 6 carries for 25 yards. And Braxton Falcons, 1 carry for 6 yards, and he's the one who got the TD. Receiving for the Rebels, only 1 completed pass to Daniel Smith for 5 yards. We were worried about number 18, Owen Walker. He has only 1 reception for 10 yards. He was the target on that one in the end zone. Their leading receiver right now is Mangus with 2 receptions for 16 yards. Defensive leaders, you never know how those stats can go, but it looks like so far, Raiden Lutz, Carter Hoffman, Riker Hoffman, each with 3.5 tackles so far on the Rebel side of the ball.
And those are your Town of Woodruff first half highlights brought to you by the Town of Woodruff on the Hometown Drive-In Halftime Show. We want to thank all of our sponsors for being with us today. Unfortunately, we don't have the usual graphics or the usual ads that we would play during halftime. As you know, Rob, we doing a pretty good job 13 minutes into halftime keeping this thing rolling, as it is important for us to try to get this game going despite all of the difficulties that we are having. 10-7 Lovell at half. Rebels trail by 3 as there's about 7 minutes left to go in halftime. We've been talking kind of just big macro picture about Rebels football this year, and year 2 under Coach Larson, I think this team's really taken a step, as this is a really good Lovell team that they're hanging with on the road. And we talked about that fake punt. I kind of like that call, because you're not going to come into Lovell and beat them without being aggressive, without trying to take a shot. If you try to play, a vanilla game, take your third down and punts every time you get to fourth down, it's going to be really hard to beat this Lovell team because they don't punt very often.
Yeah, we figured they'd only punted 6 times so far in 4 games, so only like 1 punt a game. So
we're getting some updates from around the state from the far side. Star Valley wins 24-21 over Powell.
One of the things we talked about on the short drive here, Aaron, was some of the things that Coach Larson has done. I think not only are the practices intense, and I think he's done a good job with the coaching, but there's also been, he recognizes these guys are teenagers, and there's a lot of fun and loose feeling in the practice and on the sidelines as well, using the energy of the extra players that we haven't had necessarily in the past. I like that camaraderie and the team building that he's done with activities during the summertime, whether that's paddling across Bear Lake or they went to the Utah State James Madison football game last Saturday night. And I think every player, but maybe one or two, were there. Those kind of activities are those memories that the players want to talk about years down the road when they don't remember what the scores were, the games, or maybe specific plays. So I appreciate what Coach Larson and his staff have tried to do with that.
Yeah, it's one of those things that as a coach, you got multiple jobs. Obviously, you want to win. Obviously, you want to win. You want to win every single football game that you play, but it's more importantly, I think it's more important for coaches is how do the young men that you put out into the world do?
And that's one of the things that Coach Larson talked about in the homecoming speech. There are a lot more things more important in life than football and the life lessons they've learned along the way.
Yeah, I mean, this team's been through adversity. This whole entire school's been through adversity, and I think the coaches have done a fantastic job with, just bouncing back and showing these kids, guiding these kids. I mean, that's kind of the best way I think to describe a coach is almost a guide. You know, some coaches to some kids are a father figure. Not every single kid does need a father figure or a mother figure. On the volleyball side of Coach Wazen, very possibly some kids look up to her that way. But that's what it's all about as a coach is you really, really, really want to mold the future of these young men and women. And I think Rich County does a very good job of it between all of the coaches. You got Coach Worthland with the cross country team, Coach Cooper Corney with the wrestling team, obviously Coach Larson with the football team, Lex Corney with the boys football team, Cody Lundgren with the girls football team, Coach Tristan Argyle, the cheerleading squad as well. I mean, all of these teams, Coach Smith with the track team, that was obviously a rough season for them last year. I mean, just the way that the coaching staff here at Rich has been able to guide these players, and I apologize if I missed one of the coaches.
I think the only one you missed was Lisa Jolly, who does
Right.
both cross country and track,
Who
and
coaches-
girls.
I was going to
wrestling.
say who coaches all year round. How could you forget about Coach Jolly as, one of the few coaches that coaches all 3 seasons. It's very intense. As of course, the Rebels volleyball team dropped 3-2 to the Cokeville Panthers in a hard-fought battle. That was also Cokeville's homecoming volleyball game over in southern Wyoming. I mean, that's also a really good Cokeville team as well. I know it's frustrating sometimes to lose back-to-back games, but, back-to-back games against really good teams that I know on Thursday when I saw the Rebels, I know they played very, very well against the North Summit Braves. And here come the Rebels football team as we got about 2:30 left to go at halftime.
I think one of the things we talked about as well, Aaron, on the drive here, the progress the volleyball team has made from the beginning of the season. Players having new responsibilities, new roles, and they've adjusted well to those responsibilities. I think as a team, they're getting stronger, and this is the right time of the year to be doing it. They get to go to the Richfield tournament next week, which is a chance to get a little preview before state.
Yeah, it's hard to believe that we're already to the Richfield tournament. Man, this season has flown along. 1:55 left to go on the halftime clock. As you see the players starting to warm up a bit, loosen up a bit after halftime. 10-7, Bulldogs on top. Rebels trail by 3. Bulldogs will get the ball to start the half. So the defense can come up with a stop here. It's going to put the Rebels in a good spot to try to get some points on the board, either tie the game or take the lead. And Rob, what about this game so far have you liked from the Rebels?
I like their bounce back to adversity. Those 2 tip balls could easily put you in some big holes, but the defense has stepped up. And you mentioned it, the defense this year averaging only giving up 7 points. The last state championship from Rich High School in football, that particular football team led the state in the fewest points allowed. So the defense is key.
Yeah, it almost seems that defense, just kind of going through the history of Rich football, defense always seems to be the identity for the Rebels. And why not? Obviously, if you can hold teams to 7 points per game, then obviously your offense doesn't have to score very much. But it just kind of seems to be in the identity of Rich is defense. And even I kind of noticed that in basketball is they kind of, obviously everyone wants to score points and they're capable of scoring points as well. But it seems like the Rebels really, really hang their hat on their defensive play in almost every single sport.
tonight helping us out.
Well, looking back on the keys of the game, Aaron, we talked about the passing game from Lovell, and they've kept them way under their average with only 65 yards passing when they average 220. Pressure on the quarterback. There's been a few times that they've been able to make Davin Crosby take some things on the run, but I think that will be another key in the second half. The turnovers obviously have been huge on both sides of the ball, and the depth, I believe J.J. Chandler and Colby Stokes have stepped in for Jack Bell on the front line quite well. Daniel Smith has done well as the corner to try to fill in for Kason Johnson.
And before we get started here in the second half, 10-7 Bulldogs on top, Desh to kick it away. We want to thank the Come On In. We want to thank Hoover Chiropractic. We want to thank all of our sponsors for allowing us to be able to put this show on as Desh boots it away. Bulldogs back deep to return as Mangus fields it at the 10. Cuts up the middle, looking for some space as he makes a move to the outside to the 30, to the 40, cuts back as he is hauled down at about the 42-yard line. It'll be 1st and 10 Bulldogs from the Rebel 42. A good return. Try to spark the Bulldogs out of half.
Looked like Colby Stokes and maybe Carter Hoppin on that tackle. I couldn't see the number on that one.
It'll be 1st and 10 Bulldogs. 11:49 left to go in the third. Bulldogs on top by 3, looking to extend that lead on the station on main scoreboard. They break the huddle. Crosby in the shotgun. He's got trips to the left, one to the right. As that back in the backfield is Falcons. One last scan of the defense, gets the snap, looking to pass, going to throw that receiver screen right away, has a man out on the sideline. That's Wilson as he breaks it for a 10-yard gain. Be enough for a 1st down for the Bulldogs. They've run that play a couple of times, and a couple of times they've got some big games. Ball will be placed on the Rebel 45. As Rebel defense in a hole. Bulldogs break the huddle. As come out in the I formation. One receiver right, one receiver left. Got a tight end on the right side of the formation. One last check to the sideline. As the Bulldogs aren't allowed to. Actually, the clock is stopped. Bulldogs under center. As it gets the snap, they're going to hand to Mangus around the left side. He's got some room out across the 40 to the 45. Cuts back. Still on his feet to the 30. As 2 plays, 2 big gains for the Bulldogs here to start the second half. 10-7 on the station on main scoreboard. Bulldogs deep in Rebels territory, looking to extend that lead.
Jaden Dash, number 5 on the tackle. Looks like the halftime huddle has paid off for the Bulldogs so far.
Ball on the Rebel 29-yard line. 1st and 10, trips to the right. In the shotgun is Crosby. He's got Falcons to his left. Clock winds under 11:15 to go. Snap. Throw quickly as they go to Kahn. Makes a move at the 35. Has some space all the way out across the 20 to the 5th, or about the 20-yard line. It'll be another 1st down for the Bulldogs. Another wide receiver screen.
I think they picked up more passing yards on this first drive of the second half than they did in the whole first half, Aaron.
Clock winds down to 11 minutes left to play. 10-7 on the station on main scoreboard. Bulldogs have the ball on the Rebels' 15-yard line. It'll be 1st and 10. They get a 1st down at the 5 on their way to the end zone. As Crosby in the I formation gets the snap. He's going to hand to Mangus. Cuts it back up the middle as he picks up about 3 on the play, maybe 4. I'll bring up 2nd down and about 6.
Looked like number 2, Noah Perry on the tackle for the Rebels.
10:30 left to play. 10-7 on the station on main scoreboard. 2nd down and 6. Ball placed on the 11-yard line. In the I formation, Crosby under center. The deep back is Mangus. As Crosby gets the snap, hands to Mangus on the right side, has some space, cuts up at the 5. That's going to be good enough for a Bulldog 1st down as he rumbles all the way to the 4-yard line. It'll be 1st and goal from inside the Rebel 5.
Drake Weston tried to cut his legs out, number 23.
Crosby in the gun. Crosby under center, I formation. Gets the snap. They're going quickly right to Mangus on the left side. As he tries to bounce it back, cuts it up the middle into the end zone untouched. The Bulldogs go up 16-7 on the Station on Main scoreboard, pending the extra point with 9:49 left to play in the third quarter.
After that 4-minute drive at the end of the half, Aaron, that was quick.
9:49 left to go as Mangus, I do believe, is responsible for all 16 points so far for the Bulldogs. No, I'm wrong. It's Falcons.
Yeah, Falcons had that first touchdown.
Mangus to kick. Snap. Good. Hold. Good. Kick. Good. As the Bulldogs go on top 17-7 on the Station on Main scoreboard. I'm Aaron Poling. That's Rob Leifson. You're watching the 2023 Rich Rebels varsity football team online at mylocalradio.com, as well as tuning in on 98.3 KADQ. Rebels will get the ball for the first time here in the second half, and they need a response, Rob.
They do. That was a quick drive. Only 5 plays for the Bulldogs to go from the 42 to the end zone.
9:49 left to go. The Rebels are going to send Weston back deep to return. If you remember earlier in the game, he had a pretty good return out into Bulldog territory, taken back on a penalty. As Mangus will do the kicking duties. Gets the ball, spots it on the 40.
Looks like they send Riker Hoffman, number 24, back to partner up with Drake Weston for the return.
Mangus approaches, kicks, ball end over end, as it'll hit Weston in the chest, drops it at the 5-yard line. Plenty of time to pick it up. Surveys the field, cuts back at the 10 as he makes a move out across the 20 to the 25, where he is hauled down there. It'll be 1st and 10 Rebels from their own 25 to see what the offense has here in half number 2.
Only one completed pass by the Rebels in the first half, Aaron. Do you think you see this ball go in the air a little bit more?
Down 10, I would say Rebels will probably try to spread it out a bit more. But, I mean, give credit to this Lovell defensive line. They have been very stout so far in the matchup. We talked about the Rebels defense being good in the first half. Same with the Bulldogs. Rebels break the huddle. I formation. Hoffman under center. Receiver to the left, 2 to the right. Gets the snap. They're going to hand to the deep back. That looks like Weston. He's going to go forward for maybe about 2. Not much more. We'll bring up 2nd down and about 8 for the Rebels offense. As Weston comes off the field a little hobbled. Hopefully he's all right. It'll be 2nd down and about 9. They only gave Weston a yard. Rebels in the huddle. They break the huddle. They send a receiver to the right. Actually make that 2 receivers to the right. 2 to the left. Hoffman under center. Perry the deep back. They send a man in motion. That's Carter Grohl. As Hoffman's going to throw. Looking to step up in the pocket. Escapes as he is hauled down at about the 30-yard line, but is able to pick up about 4 on the play, making it a 3rd and more manageable.
Number 25, Carter, 2, a senior with the tackle for the Bulldogs.
Ball placed on the 30-yard line. Rebels have to get to the 37 as they mark Carter a bit shorter than what I initially thought. 8:22 left to go in the ballgame. Rebels huddle up. They break the huddle. Hoffman under center. Perry the deep back. 2 receivers left. 2 to the right. As Hoffman sends a man in motion. It's Hudson Perry. Hoffman drops back to pass. Steps up in the pocket. Being chased. Fires. Has a man open. It's Perry in the flats. Catches at the 45. Still on his feet in the Bulldog territory. All the way to the 40. Still going to the Bulldog 35-yard line as the freshman makes a play. Carter Hoffman staying in the pocket. Steps up. Makes the throw. Takes a hit. Rebels pick up the 1st down. That's a big play that the Rebels offense needed as Perry just wouldn't go down and kept fighting for yards. 1st and 10 on the Bulldog 35-yard line.
25, Carter, 2 for the Bulldogs with the scored saving tackle.
1st and 10 Rebels. They line up in the I formation. Hudson Perry, the deep back. Noah Perry, the fullback. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Hoffman under center. He's going to give to Hudson Perry. Actually, Hoffman keeps it, cuts it upfield at the 35 as he is planted before he can get to the 30. They'll mark that at about the 31, bringing up second and about 7 on the play.
Number 11, Braxton Falcons, a junior with the tackle on that play.
Clock continues to wind under 7:34 left to go here in the third quarter. 17-7 on the station on main scoreboard. Rebels have the ball, 2nd and 8 from the Bulldog 32-yard line. Hoffman in the eye. As this time they pitch it on the option as we're trying to find, I think that's Riker Hoffman. He's going to go down at the 30-yard line for a gain of about 1 on the play, bringing up 3rd down and 7.
Number 24, Adnan Khan, senior on the tackle. It's been a while since we mentioned his name, but he has made some good plays today.
Third down and 6. 6:48 left to go here in the third quarter. Rebels have the ball on the Bulldog 30-yard line. Ball placed on the left hash. They send trips to the right. Noah Perry, the back in the backfield. 1 receiver left. Hoffman in the gun. Hoffman gets the snap, looking to throw. Drops back, fires deep. Has dashed that way, and that is incomplete as they go up 1-on-1 for the battle. That'll bring up 4th down and 6. See what the Rebels decide here. Got to imagine on the 30-yard line, they're probably going to go for this one.
Looked like Drake Weston that stepped out for a little bit from earlier players back into the backfield.
Got a flag on the play.
I had not seen that one. Good eyes, Aaron.
They're pointing towards the Rebels' side.
Sideline warning.
Ball will stay there. No, they called unsportsmanlike against the Rebels. I think they called that against Desh as he was complaining to the sideline, wanting a flag on the play as he felt he was interfered with. But now that brings up 4th and about forever for the Rebels offense as Desh is going to punt it away. You got to keep your cool in that situation if you're the Rebels. You're down 10 already with a chance to convert. Now you back yourselves up into a 4th and 20. Desh will stand on his own 40. Gets the snap. Punt is high and doesn't go very far as it'll land at the Bulldog 30-yard line. Doesn't get back to the Rebel line of scrimmage. They'll bring up 1st and 10 for the Bulldogs. Big defensive stand right here for the Rebels. 6:20 left to go, 17-7 on the station on main scoreboard. Ball on the Bulldog 32. First and 10 Bulldogs. They break the huddle in the gun. 2 receivers left, 2 receivers right. Falcons, the back on the right side. As get the snap, looking to throw. Have a man in the flats as that's Falcons. Wrapped up there by Smith as the Rebels gang tackle there. Gain of 7 on the play. 2nd and 3. Looks like the Rebels dropped back into a zone right there.
It looked like because they ran Owen Walker deep and that left Falcons underneath, and the linebackers were not in that position, and Daniel left Owens to come up and make the play.
Good instincts there from Smith to make the play. 5:50 left to go here in the third quarter. Clock continues to wind. Bulldogs will take their time. They lead by 10 on the station on main scoreboard. As they break the huddle. In the gun, 2 receivers both ways. It's going to be a quarterback lead for, Crosby as he's out across the 40 to about the 45 before he's pushed back. 1st and 10 Bulldogs.
Met head on by Jaden Desh, number 5, for the stop.
And that's going to move the chains.
Clock winds to 5:20 left to go here in the third quarter. Ball still on the Bulldog side of the field on the 48. as they're going to continue to chew up clock.
Defensive coordinator Lex Cornea is shouting out instructions to his defense.
Split 2 receivers each way. Falcons the back in the backfield. Crosby gets the snap. He's going to roll to his left. Stops, plants, fires. Had a man, but he slipped as Mangus was open. Turf Monster got him there as the ball goes incomplete at the 40-yard line of the Rebels. They'll bring up 2nd and 10.
Again, Aaron, the same strategy. They run Owen Walker deep, and then throw underneath to the receiver coming out of the backfield.
2nd and 10 with 4:50 as the clock stops due to the incompletion. Bulldogs on top by 10. Crosby in the pistol. Magnus the deep back. Falcon standing to his left. So they get the snap. They're going to give to Mangus around the left side. He gets out across the 50 before he's hauled down. That'll bring up 3rd down and about 6 from the Rebel 48-yard line. Big opportunity here for the Rebels defense. Up 10. Maybe this is 2-down territory for the Bulldog offense. We'll have to see. But before we get there, 3rd and 7. Ball on the Rebel 48. Bulldogs break the huddle. Crosby in the pistol. Has a man behind him. It's Magnus. That snaps low. Good fielding there from Crosby to keep it alive. Screenplay as they find Kahn out across the 40 to the 30. As he's still on his feet, rumbles forward as a screenplay drawn up perfectly there. 1st and 10, Bulldogs. 17-7 on the Station on Main scoreboard. Bulldogs deep in Rebels territory.
Once again, you see all those defensive linemen coming straight through. You know something's up as they're let through intentionally by the offensive line.
Crosby in the pistol as you get a whistle blown. I think the Rebels are going to take a timeout to
talk this one over.
Yeah, this is a big drive in this ball game. If the Rebels can get a stop, they still trail by only 2 scores. But if the Bulldogs are able to punch it in, it really puts the Rebels behind the 8 ball in the 4th quarter. They're going to have to really try to air it out to get back into this one. It'll be 1st and 10, ball on the Rebel 27, 4:10 left to go.
And it's been a good mix from the Bulldogs, pass and run.
A lot of their passes here in the second half, screen passes, which is just basically an extension of the run game. Just the stats go as a reception instead of a rush. But they've executed very, very well. You see a lot of times in high school when you run the screenplay, it almost seems like teams, their backs, they get lost in the backfield, and it's hard for the quarterback to find them, so they'll overthrow them. But this Bulldog team, they've been able to execute probably the best screen that I've seen so far this year. You got to tip your hats to the Bulldogs offense. They are a very high-flying offense, averaging 30 per game, correct?
That stat sheet is buried there, but no, it is 30 points a game.
1st and 10, Bulldogs on the Rebel 27-yard line. It's a big stop right here. Bulldogs in the pistol. The deep back is Mangus. Falcons to his right. Gets the snap. They're going to hand to Mangus around the left side. Has a space. Cuts up the field. Out across the 25 to the 20. As it'll be an 8-yard gain on the play. 2nd down and 2 coming up.
I'm not sure who made the tackle on that one, but he got a chance to get a free ride for a few yards.
3:50 left to go here in the 3rd quarter. Bulldogs have the ball. Going to mark that at the 18-yard line, 2nd and 1. Crosby in the gun, trips to the right. Falcons the back to the right. One receiver to the left. As they're going to throw that quick screen again, it's Kahn. As he slips, was able to stay up, and he's spun down after a gain of about 4 by Leifson. It'll be a 1st and 10 for the Bulldogs. 3:24 left to go in the 3rd. Bulldogs gets to the line quickly. As they're going to go with a big package here. Full house package with a couple of tight ends. One receiver off the line. They're going to pitch to Mangus around the right side. Has some space as he pushes to the sideline. And he's taken down there. Finished by the Rebels. I believe that's number 60.
Talon Pace.
There's a gain of about 7 on the play. 2nd and 3. 2:40 left to go in the ball game. I formation again for the Bulldogs as Crosby is going to go right behind his line with a quarterback sneak as he bowls forward. LePend on the spot. Near side official says 3rd down.
Positive yardage.
3rd down and about a half yard on the play. Crosby under center. Gets the snap. He's going to hand to Mangus around the left side. Gets to the outside. One man to beat to the end zone, and he does. Touchdown, Bulldogs. 23-7 on the Station on Main scoreboard. 2:07 left to go in the 3rd quarter, pending the extra point attempt. The Bulldogs with a methodical drive right there. Not only do they score, they eat a bunch of time off the clock.
I don't think there was a negative play in that drive, Aaron.
Mangus on to kick the extra point. As they wait the snap. Snap low, hold good, kick is good. Great job there by Falcons to get the hold down as that snap was to his right knee. Puts the Bulldogs on top 24-3 on the Station on, or excuse me, 24-7 on the Station on Main scoreboard. 2:07 left to go here in the 3rd quarter. I want to thank Bear Lake Realty for being a sponsor in today's broadcast. This is about the time where we would come back to the Bear Lake fan cam. But unfortunately, due to technical difficulties, we don't have our graphics today. 24-7 on the Station on Main scoreboard. Rebels. Offense will hit the field with 2:07 left to go.
There is a good number of Rebel fans in the stands below us, Aaron.
Yeah, especially for a 6-hour drive. It's impressive, the output. Bulldogs will kick it away. They lead on the Station on Main scoreboard.
Some of that homecoming hype has seemed to be kicking in, and maybe that 6-hour drive is starting to wear on the Rebels.
Yeah, pretty big crowd over on the Lovell side as well. You expect that in homecoming. As it's been a pretty good atmosphere for a football game. The temperature's been great. It's a little cold, but, it's the fall. As Mangus will kick off. High end-over-end kick. That's going to bounce. And fielded by Hoffman on a bounce. That's Riker Hoffman. Finds the left side, has some space. Cuts it back up the middle to the 40, out across the 50 before he's hauled down, out of bounds. And that's a good return there from Riker. But we're going to go to an injury timeout as we're going to keep it right here. As you got an injury on the sideline.
Also got a penalty flag farther up the field, Aaron. I think this one's going to come back a little bit.
So we'll wait the official signal.
And it's personal foul against the Rebels. Looked like it could have easily been a flag on a late hit, taking Riker out of bounds on that one as well.
Riker was about 3 yards out of bounds when he got tackled. But, if you keep your momentum upfield, it's hard for the official to call that because if you stop, ball will be placed on the Rebel 41-yard line. Actually, that's where the spot of the foul is, I think. See if they march it back. Nope, ball will be placed at the 41-yard line. Unfortunately, they don't say what the personal foul was. In the shotgun, 2 to the right, 2 to the left for the Rebels. Noah Perry, the deep back. They trail 24-7 with 2 minutes to go in the quarter. Hoffman back deep to pass, looking to throw. Is going to fire over the middle as that is caught for the moment, dropped by Hudson Perry. Good defensive play there by 25, Carter 2. Bring up 2nd and 10 for the Rebels. Good news is Riker Hoffman's up and walking.
Appears to be his right wrist or his arm that was causing him a little bit of discomfort.
2nd and 10 Rebels. 1:52 left to go in the third quarter. 24-7 on the station on main scoreboard. Rebels send trips to the right. One left. Hoffman under center. Noah Perry the back in the backfield. They get the snap. Hoffman looking to throw. Steps up in the pocket, trying to escape at the 40. Is able to reach forward, pick up a couple of yards on the play. Not much there. They'll bring up 3rd down and about 9.
Number 11, Braxton Falcons hanging on to Carter to bring him down. Looked like Carter was trying to fake the short screen and go deep on that one, but well covered by the Bulldogs.
1:20 left to go here in the quarter. Rebels break the huddle. They send 3 to the right, 1 to the left. Noah Perry, the back in the backfield. Hoffman in the gun, gets the snap. He's going to roll right, looking to throw. As he's got some time and space, he's going to take off. Makes a man miss at the 50, as he's able to actually make the man miss at the 47, reaches out to the 50-yard line. That's going to make it 4th and very close, as we'll see where they mark the ball. As it's going to be very close to that 1st down mark. I got to imagine the Rebels are going for it here, down 3 scores, as that ball is about 4 inches away from the line to gain. Rebels come to the line. 2 receivers left, 2 receivers right. As Hoffman gets the snap, he's going to go around the left side. Got plenty for the 1st down. With 28.3 left to go, the clock stops to reset the sticks. Rebels in Bulldog territory, 1st and 10 from the Bulldog 47-yard line.
Not sure the Rebels are going to get another playoff before the end of the quarter.
And if they do, they're going to have to go quickly, as there's 15 left to go. They run to the line. Let's see if the Rebels try to draw them off with a hard count, as we haven't seen that yet today. 7 seconds left to go in the quarter. Hoffman in the gun. Perry to his right, gets the snap. They're going to give to Noah Perry around the right side. He is swallowed up by the interior of that Bulldog defense. And that'll be the final play of the 4th quarter, as you are watching the 2023 Rich Rebels varsity football team online at mylocalradio.com, as well as listening in on 98.3 KADQ. I'm Aaron Pulling. That's Rob Leifson. Thank you for joining us here from Lovell, as it's been a heck of a day. Not only a trip up here, but some of the difficulties we're having here in the Les Schwab Plains Tires broadcast booth. We want to thank everyone for watching today, coming out today, and supporting Rebel football, as Rebels trail by 3 scores, 24-7 on the station on main scoreboard. They have the ball in Bulldog territory. It'll be 2nd down and 10 from the Bulldog 47-yard line when we return play.
No gain on that carry by Noah Perry. I thought the same thing, Aaron, that maybe they're going to go for a hard count before the end of the quarter, but
It's kind of a tendency for the Rebels, though. They've done that pretty much every week, trying to go opposite of tendency. Trying to sneak a play against the Bulldogs. Rebels break the huddle, as they have 3 to the right, 1 to the left. Hoffman in the gun. Perry the deep back. Hoffman gets the snap. They're going to give it to Weston as he makes a man miss out across the 45 to about the 43, as that'll make it 3rd down and 7 for the Rebel offense.
number 73, Brody Mueller, in on the tackling. I think it was 77 that Drake was able to break free from, that had him in the backfield to begin with. So good job by Drake to turn a negative into a positive.
Technically a completion for Hoffman. With 11:30 left to go here in the 4th quarter, as he pitched it forward to Weston. Rebels break the huddle. 3 receivers right. 1 to the left. Hoffman under center. Gets the snap. They're going to run. He's going to roll to his left, looking to throw. Stops, fires, has a man downfield. That is caught by Drake Weston at the Bulldog 20-yard line. As it'll be 1st and 10 Rebels. That's a pretty good throw on the move from Carter. 11:13 left to go. Rebels have the ball at the Bulldogs 20-yard line, looking to punch it in.
I think that may be the first completed pass to Drake this season, Aaron.
Well, no, that play before is
Oh, that's true.
technically.
Wow, that's true.
Hoffman under center. 2 receivers right, 2 receivers left. Noah Perry, the deep back. as they send Weston in motion. Hoffman fakes the pitch, cuts it back upfield out across the 20 to about the 19, maybe the 18. Brings up second down and 8 with 11:04 left to go in the ballgame. Rebels looking to punch it in.
We'll give number 25, Carter, 2 credit on that tackle.
10:55 left to go here in the fourth quarter. Rebels huddle up. See a little more urgency from the Rebels as they trail by 3 scores. They need a score here. They break the huddle. Hoffman in the gun. Perry, the back to his right. Trips to the right. One to the left as Hoffman gets a snap. He's going to roll to his right, looking to throw. Fires on the move. Has a man that is caught by Smith as he's pushed out of bounds at the close to the 10-yard line. Looks like they're going to mark it at the 11. As that'll make it a 3rd down and 2 on the play. Nice pitch and catch there from Hoffman to Smith.
Third down for the Rebels.
Clock continues to wind. Under 10:25 left to go.
Thought Daniel went out of bounds on that one, but the clock is still running.
Hoffman in the gun. Trips to the right. One receiver to the top of the screen. As Hoffman gets the snap, rolls right. It's going to fire. That is batted down. Nice play there by Carter, too. That'll bring up 4th down and about 2 for the Rebels offense.
Nice play by the senior. Could watch Carter with his eyes and saw where he was going with that one.
4th and 2. Rebels need this one. 10:01 left to go in the game. Rebels huddle up as the clock stops due to the incompletion. Hoffman under center. Noah Perry, the deep back. 2 receivers each side. Hoffman gets the snap, goes right up the middle, out across the 10-yard line. According to the near side official, that looks like it's plenty for the 1st down. Indeed, it is. It'll be 1st and goal Rebels from inside the 8-yard line of the Bulldogs. Clock continues to wind with 9:58 left to go.
I think that's the first 4th down conversion for the Rebels. They were 0 for 2 in the first half.
Rebels huddle up. They break the huddle. Hoffman in the gun. Trips to the right. One receiver to the top of the screen. As Hoffman gets the snap, you get movement against the Rebels. Be a false start. Back them up 5 yards to about the 14-yard line where it'll be 1st and goal.
Looks like the Rebels are going to call timeout, Aaron.
As they do, we're going to keep it right here. Once again, we want to thank all of our sponsors for being a part of today's broadcast, as it's been a bit of a funky day, having a couple technical difficulties here in the Les Schwab Plains Tires broadcast booth. But we're happy we're able to bring you this game, as we know not everyone can travel to Lovell on a random Friday for a football game, man. 6 hours, Rob, in the car. But, man, I wouldn't change it for anything in the world.
Yeah, these are the kind of memories you look forward to.
Rebels face 1st and goal from just inside the 15-yard line. As the false start penalty backs them up. 9:35 left to go in the fourth quarter. Lovell 24, Rich 7, as the Rebels looking to punch it in here, make it a 2-score game. As before that last play, they were rolling to the right. They're rolling away from Desch. They have Jaden Desch for the most part when they go trips to the right, one-on-one.
Yep. Maybe a good opportunity to put a ball up for him.
Bulldogs back to the field. Rebels will report momentarily. They do. As they break the huddle, Rebels will be in the gun. Or no, under center as Hoffman goes under the gun, trips to the left. Noah Perry, the deep back. As the fake to give to Noah as Hoffman rumbles forward to about the 9-yard line, getting the penalty yardage back. 9:27 left to go in the fourth quarter. Rebels trail by 3 scores.
Number 54, Hallen Strom, a sophomore, and a big sophomore with the tackle.
The Rebels can punch it in here. Makes it a 2-score game. Hoffman in the gun, gets the snap, rolls left, looking to throw, fires, has a man that is caught in the end zone. Touchdown, Jaden Dash, as the Rebels pull within 2 scores, 24-13 on the Station on Main scoreboard. .905 left to go in the ball game. Dash with the opportunity here to make it a 10-point game.
That was a nice throw. That was just barely out of the reach of the defender. Got to Desh just in time.
Hoffman to hold, Perry to snap. Snap, good. Hold, good. Kick, good. As we get a couple of whistles on the play. Got a flag. Offsides on the defense. Got to imagine Rebels will decline. They're going to say it's a dead ball foul. They say it's a dead ball foul.
Trying to hear what the referee is saying, but do you go for 2 if they move it up half the distance to the goal?
I'm just trying to figure out how an offside is a dead ball foul. Desh will kick it again. Hoffman gets the snap, kick on the way, and it is good. The half yard makes absolutely no difference on the PAT as the Rebels now trail 24-14 on the Station on Main scoreboard. As with 9:05 left to go, Rebels will kick it away. Rob, do you dare onside kick it here?
I don't know. The Bulldog offense has been on fire. I'm not sure if I would run that risk or not, but
I don't know if you go full on sides, but you try to find a soft spot in the return and try to put the ball in that gap, see if you can do so. But we'll see how the Rebels line up to kick it. Desh onto the field, tee in hand.
it appears to be a normal lineup for the Rebel kickoff, but that could change.
That seems just like a roller coaster to me.
Looking at the formation for the Bulldogs, the Rebels can land the ball at about the 30 on each side. There's a big fullback on each side for the Bulldogs. As Desh kicks it away. It's a deep kick as Mangus fields at the 10. Starts up the middle as he finds some room. Cuts to the outside at the 30. Cuts back at the 40 at the 35 before he's taken down by Desh. As the Bulldogs will start on the Bulldog 37-yard line, 1st and 10. 8:56 left to go here in the fourth quarter. Rebels need to stop here defensively. They trail by 10 on the Station on Main scoreboard, 24-14. As this Bulldog offense, they've been incredible here in the second half. They'll huddle up.
Looks like
2 receivers right, 2 receivers left. As Crosby in the shotgun. Falcons, the back next to him. Gets the snap, looking to pass. Rolling to his right. Has some space, looking to throw. Fires as he's hit. That's going to fall incomplete. As they're looking for a pass interference on the far sideline, as the intended target was Owen Walker at about the 50. Falls incomplete. More importantly for the Rebels, though, Rod, that stops the clock at 8:49 left to go.
it's true. Looks like Jet Holmes, number 6, in for Riker Hoffman in the secondary, as he continues to be looked at on the sidelines.
Looked like he had a cast on as well. Riker did on the sideline. Hopefully he's all right. 2nd and 10, Bulldogs. Ball on the Rebel 37-yard line. Clock stops at 8:49 left to go. Bulldogs come out in the I formation. Mangus the deep back. Falcons the fullback. As they give the Falcons on a reverse, he's tripped up there by Carter Hoffman at about the 40-yard line. So they're going to give him forward progress to the 39. That'll bring up 3rd down and 6. Big opportunity here for the Rebels defense to get off the field. Bulldogs have to get to the the Bulldog
46.
47-yard line for a first down. In the I formation, as the Rebels jump. It's going to be an offsides call that'll move the ball closer to the first down marker. That'll make it third down and about 1.
Costly penalty there, Aaron. Going to give them a new set of downs pretty easily.
They're going to give them a first down on 3rd and 6 on a 5-yard penalty. Tough break for the Rebels. Can't jump off there. Bulldogs in the I formation.
Seem to be in no hurry to snap the ball, trying to use as much of the clock as they possibly can.
Clock winds under 7:55 left to go. Crosby gets the snap, hands to Mangus around the left side as he's hauled down at about the 50, gain of about 4 on the play. 2nd down and 6.
Number 21, Jeremy Garcia. Number 3, Samuel Leifson on the tackle.
Second and 7.
Bulldogs in no hurry to snap the ball, trying to use as much clock as they possibly can. Under or right about 7 minutes to go.
Break the huddle, I formation. Loaded up to the right side. As Crosby gets the snap, he's going to hand to Mangus, bobbled as he rumbles out across the 40 to about the 47, across the 50 to the 47. That'll bring up 3rd down and about 5. Bulldogs want to go quickly. I formation. Crosby gets a snap, pitches to Mangus around the left side, cuts it back up the middle, across the 45 to about the 47. It'll depend on the spot. Looks very close, as indeed looks like it is a first down, and it is. 6:28 left to go in the 4th quarter. Trips to the right, 1 to the left. Crosby in the shotgun. Gets the snap, looking to throw. They throw right away. They have Kahn on the outside. As he gets to the edge, is thrown out of bounds by a couple of Rebels. After a gain of about, looks like 10 on the play. Bring up first down.
Close to first down yardage.
5:52 left to go in the 4th quarter. Bulldogs marching into Rebels territory. Doing a good job running the clock.
Yeah, eating up a lot of that time.
As that penalty against the Rebels defense on the offsides looms large. 2 to the right, 2 to the left. Crosby in the shotgun. Belkins, the back next to him. Send a man in motion. That's Kahn. As Crosby gets the snap, he hands to Belkins around the right side as he is wrapped up, taken down by an interior lineman of the Rebels with 5:37 left to go in the ball game. As that was number 58, Jordan Johnson on the play.
And that moves the chains, and that's going to be enough for another Rebel.
It was good enough for a Bulldog first down. Clock continues to wind under 5:17. You have to admire the way this Bulldogs offense has been able to eat the clock here in the second half. 2 to the right, 2 to the left. In the pistol formation. As Crosby gets the snap, looking to throw. Fires, and that is caught as we got a flag on the play as Hoffman takes him down out of bounds. See what the flag is. So we await Looks
Got
like
an illegal man downfield.
trying to get going a little quickly on the screen. As I talk it over, an eligible man downfield is called against the Bulldogs. It'll back them up 5. Bring up 1st and 15, but more importantly for the Bulldogs, more time comes off the clock there. Makes it 1st and 15. It's also a loss of down. Makes it 2nd down. Pistol formation. Crosby. In the gun. Gets the snap. Handed off. Out across the 35. I'll bring up 3rd down.
Drake Weston 23 and 21. Jeremy Garcia combined on the tackle. Looked like Carter Hoffman was in the backfield trying to help with that handoff.
Shotgun formation, trips to the right. Crosby gets a snap, looking to throw, throws right away, has a man out in the flats. That's Newman as he is hauled down past the 45 to about the, past the 35 to about the 32. That's going to bring up 4th down and 11. Rebels use a timeout, trying to preserve some of that clock.
Jet Holmes, number 6 on the tackle.
Interesting decision here for the Bulldogs as they're up by 2 scores with 4:22 left to play. See if it's 4th and 11. So see if the Bulldogs decide to punt it away or go for it on plus side Rebel territory.
My guess is they're going to maybe, you're not going to get a whole lot on the pooch punt if you try it. And a running play does eat more of the clock up.
It'll be interesting to see. It's kind of the same situation the Rebels were in last week against Thermopolis, up 2 scores. In about the same area of the field, they snapped it to Hoffman with a pooch punt. It went into the end zone for a touchback, but it did its purpose. So we'll see what the Bulldogs decide to do here. He's got 4:22 left to play. The Rebels can get the ball back. They'll have to score quickly, but if they can make it a 1-score game if they get a stop here. Ball's on the right hash. Bulldogs huddle up. Looks like they're going to go. Rebels defense out on the field.
Bulldogs got to make it to the 20-yard line for the 1st down.
Crosby in the gun. 4 receivers to the left. 1 to the right, top of the screen. Crosby gets the snap. Looking to throw. It's a screenplay, and that is not going to go anywhere as they get back to the line of scrimmage. Sam Leifson sniffs that one out. Rebels get the ball back with 4:15 left to go in the 4th quarter, looking to score to make it a 1-score game. But more importantly for this Bulldog offense, they're able to run off over 5 minutes of clock as they got the ball back with 9:49 left to go in the 4th quarter. Rebels huddle up. 4:15 left to go, 24-14.
Sure, the Bulldogs got to go in a little bit of a prevent defense because you know that the Rebels are going to have to score and score quickly.
For the Rebels, any chance you can get to the boundaries, you got to get out of bounds. Ball is placed at the Rebel 32-yard line. 1st and 10. Two receivers right. 2 to the left. Hoffman under center. Perry the deep back. Send a man in motion. That's Weston. They're going to pitch to Weston. Looking for the double pass. Throws it back to Hoffman. He's got some space. Actually, he's grabbed and hauled down. That's a great read there by big number 58. That's Weston Crumrine, the senior. It's a great play to read the double pass.
Wonder if that would have worked better if Carter would have used that double pass to go farther downfield rather than try to run that one.
3:55 left to go in the fourth quarter. Rebels gain 4 on the play. So they break the huddle. Trips to the right in the shotgun. Hoffman gets the snap. He's going to roll to his right, looking to throw. Continues to run, rolls, fires downfield, has a man. Hudson Perry catches at the 40, to the 30, to the 20, before he's hauled down from behind by 2. Rebels to the Bulldog 20-yard line. Clock stops as the chains reset. 3:31 left to go in the game. Rebels deep in Bulldog territory. If they can get a score here, brings it to a 1-score game. It's a great find there from Hoffman on the run. Clock starts to wind at 3:31. 2 receivers right, 2 receivers left. Hoffman in the gun. Gets the snap, looking to throw. Drops back, looking to fire. Fires towards the end zone. That is intercepted as it's caught at the goal line. Returned out to about the 15, trying to fire it into Dash. It's a good read there. 3rd interception of the game, as that was Matthew Newman, the sophomore. 3:18 left to go. Bulldogs have the ball. 1st and 10 from their own 20-yard line.
A little bit of too big a crowd in that vicinity.
From their own 19-yard line.
Crosby onto the field. I formation. Receivers split out wide each way. You get the snap. They're going to hand it to Mangus around the right side. Cuts back up the field. Out across the 25 to about the 27. It'll depend on the spot.
Mangus on the run.
They'll mark it at the 28-yard line. It'll be 2nd down and 3.
Clock under 3 minutes.
If you're the Rebels on defense here, if you can get a group tackle, you want to try to punch the ball, see if you can rip the ball out. 24-14 on the station on main scoreboard. They pitch to Mangus around the left side. He's being strung out as the Rebels get him from behind. Mangus wisely just drops to his knees. Keep possession of the ball. Smith on the tackle brings up 3rd and 1. Bulldogs will huddle up as the clock winds under 2:14 left to go. 24-14 on the station on main scoreboard. Third and 1. Crosby in the eye. Tries the hard count there. Rebels stay onside. Crosby gets the snap. He's going to hand to Mangus up the middle, out across the 30. That's good enough for a 1st down. As 1:40 left to go in the ball game. Clock stops at 1:39, so they can reset the chains. As that's about just maybe probably enough time to kneel it down. Bulldogs in the huddle. As watch Crosby, you got to imagine he's going to stare down that back line judge. Under center. Gets the snap. They give it to Falcons up the middle as he goes across the 30 to about the 33. Gain of 3 on the play. Clock winds down to 1 minute left. Clock winds to 55 seconds. probably one more snap and this ball game is over. As the Bulldogs let the clock wind. Crosby in the gun. He's got two backs to each side. Gets the snap. He's going to run it himself to the right side. Picks up a gain of about 3, maybe 4, as he rumbles forward out across the 35 to about the 37. As that should do it. As the clock winds under 15 seconds left to go. Bulldogs are going to win this one 24-14 as the Rebels come on the road. Hard-fought loss. As they had an opportunity late, unfortunately, the late turnover kind of sank them in the end, but tough game. Real good Lovell team, as that Lovell team wins 24-14 on the Station on Main scoreboard, as we don't have commercials. So we're going to go right into the Independent Software Solutions postgame show, Rob, as we're going to start off with the Jimmy John's Freaky Fast Recap 113 Front Street in Evanston, where fast meets fresh every single day. And Rob, you have a scoring recap for us?
Well, Bulldogs strike first with Braxton Falcons with a 3-yard run with 3:39 to go in the first quarter for a 7-0 lead. And then Noah Perry for the Rebels with 8:30 to go in the second quarter ties the score at 7 apiece. And then after a 4-minute drive, the Bulldogs kick a field goal to end the first half, going up 7-10. And after coming out of the locker room, I don't know what the halftime pep talk was, but they put together a fast drive, and Mangus with a touchdown, 17-7 after the PAT. Rebels have to punt, and Mangus strikes again from about 7 yards out to make it 24-7. And then Rich with a catch by Jaden Desch make it 27-14. And the Bulldogs were able to run out the remainder of the clock.
Yeah, you have to be impressed with the Bulldogs' second half offense. Ahead in the game, they're able to work the clock. I don't know exactly the time of possession numbers, but I'm sure they held time of possession far more than the Rebels did. Rebels had a shot in the end, though, under 4 minutes. That last pass, if they're able to find the end zone there, it's a 3-point game looking to get a defensive stop. So, these things happen, though. You go on the road, you play a good team, and Lovell had a great performance today. I don't know what more you could really say about the Rebels. I don't think they necessarily played terribly. I know they'd probably want maybe more points on the board, maybe a couple less penalties. But, I thought for a road game, I thought the Rebels played solid.
Yeah, hard-fought game, man. I'm excited to see what Lovell does against Mountain View next week.
That's going to be a huge game in the 2A West. But now it is time for your Dr. McKay Frankham precision play of the game. And for that, Rob, what do you have for us?
I'm going to go with the pass from Carter Hoffman to Hudson Perry that kept that drive alive late in the fourth quarter. Great read by Carter to roll to his right and catch Hudson behind the secondary for, I think it was about a 35-yard pass.
It's time for the Crawford Troth player of the game. And Rob, who would you say for the Rebels as the player of the game?
I don't know who I'd give it to for the Rebels, but Jared Mangus from the Bulldogs, senior on homecoming night, did a lot of damage from the other side of the ball. And I realize we're trying to recognize some of the Rebels, but we'll give it to Jared for homecoming day in Lovell, Wyoming.
For the Rebels, it is time for your calendar update before we head off. Unfortunately, we don't have any of the graphics or any of our commercials, so it's going to be a rather quick post-game show for the Rebels. Next volleyball game will be tomorrow, as we'll hit the road later tonight. Try to get back in time for the Rebels' 4:30 first serve against the Altamont Longhorns, looking to stay undefeated in region play. Next football game will be next week versus Cokeville at 3 p.m. as the Rebels will take on the Panthers in a rivalry game. But for now, I'm Aaron Poling. That's Rob Leifson. Thank you for joining us here from Lovell in the Les Schwab Plains Tires broadcast booth. Once again, we apologize for the technical difficulties that we had. A little bit of protein before we go off there as I swallow a fly. But we want to thank you for joining us, as this has been a lot of fun. It was a long road trip. Me and Rob got to know each other really well on the drive up here. 6 hours. Man, I can't believe you were in a car with me for 6 hours and you want to strangle me. But until next time, go Rebels.